We're also talking with gubernatorial candidate James Fishback in the 11 o'clock hour. That and a whole lot more coming up over the next 4.5 hours live on Fox Local, guys.
All right, good stuff.
Awesome.
Thanks
so much, Garrett.
All right, that's all the time we have for this Monday. Have yourself a great day. We'll see you back here tomorrow.
Go hit a home run.
Yeah, have a good first day.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good morning to you. Welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us on this Monday morning, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. We have a busy day ahead of us, a lot of interviews over the next 4.5 hours, and of course, we will be tracking any breaking news that comes up in that time as well. Tomorrow is Election Day here in Florida, the primary election, August 18th. Maybe you've cast your ballot already. Maybe you're getting ready to go vote tomorrow. We're going to get you ready. We are speaking with a number of candidates today over the next few hours in a number of different races. We've been talking with candidates in the 7th Congressional District race. We're going to be speaking with Alan Grayson, one of the Democratic candidates, coming up in just a little bit. We're also looking at the U.S. Senate race. We've talked with Ashley Moody quite a bit over the past few weeks. We're today focusing on the Democratic side in that race as well, between Alex Vindman and Angie Nixon. Which one of them will face off against Ashley Moody expected this fall? So we're going to hear from them coming up in just a little bit. We're also taking a look at the governor's race. Byron Donalds was in Sarasota just a little bit ago, going to be in Plant City this afternoon. And we're going to be speaking with James Fishback, one of the Republican candidates in that race, coming up in about 15 minutes. So we will have that conversation live for you coming up in just a little bit. But that gets us to our poll question this hour. We want to know what your primary election voting plan is. And so this is our question today. Go to fox35orlando.com/vote or scan the QR code on your screen. We know there are a number of different ways that you can cast your vote in the primary election. So did you vote early in person? That wrapped up over the weekend, so you can no longer vote early. Did you mail your ballot? Hopefully, if you did, you've mailed it already because it does have to be received by tomorrow. But that is a popular way to vote as well. Vote by mail. If you requested a ballot. Are you going on Election Day, a traditionalist? Maybe you like the routine. Maybe you just haven't had time and are planning on going tomorrow. Or are you sitting this one out? That is our question this hour. And so we want you to vote. I know we're having a little bit of a tech issue right now with the poll. We'll get that sorted out for you coming up in just a minute. But we want you to go ahead, pull up that page, get ready to vote. We will re-queue that and get that poll open for you coming up in just a couple of minutes. So we are getting ready for a busy day. In fact, it may be open now. So go ahead and cast those votes. Voted early in person. Did you mail your ballot? Are you going on Election Day, or are you sitting this one out? Get those votes in before you get your actual vote in, or maybe you already did. Let us know. And we will continue to watch these results before we watch the results tomorrow. We've got a lot of streaming coverage for you planned when it comes to election night. And so we hope you make plans to join us on Fox Local tomorrow. Let me also give you a live look right now at downtown Orlando. On this Monday morning, you can see a pretty blue sky out there and a nice view of the downtown as we get ready to start the work week, another school week, and whatever else you may have planned for this week. Team meteorologist Brooks Garner joins me now. And Brooks, I am telling you what, this heat has been brutal.
It has been. It's been unrelenting, and it's been warmer than normal for a period of about 2 to 3 weeks by at least 5 to 6 degrees. Which, I mean, we've all had hotter days we've experienced, but when it's cumulative like this, it's not just the general vibe that changes where it feels harsh and it's hard to work outside. It's expensive too. Your AC bill goes up.
And it doesn't really get any easier to deal with.
Right.
Like, we are used to it. We have it. Like you said, we've been dealing with it for a little bit, but you're still outside, and it's just hard to spend an extended period of time out there.
You really can't acclimate to it because it's not about being used to cooler weather, then suddenly you jump into the hotter weather. It's a thing that actually slows down the sweating process. It reduces your body's physical ability to cool. So even if you've lived in Florida for 60 years or you grew up in the rainforest, I mean, it is bona fide hot outside where physically the sweat will occur, but it won't evaporate. And the slower that evaporation process, the faster your core body temperature rises, which is why when it's like this, heat exhaustion and heat stroke is so prevalent. So you have to listen to your body. And remember, if you suspect you or somebody you know has heat stroke, that's actually a medical emergency. You need to call 911 because they need help immediately when that happens. As far as the weather goes, looking outside, it looks really hazy. This is a zoomed in camera looking toward Disney and Epcot, and it's really humid outside. So you're actually seeing just a lot of haze from the atmospheric moisture, and there may be a little bit of pollution mixed in there too from distant wildfires and such. Also some Saharan dust that's been in the skies, but it's mostly humidity. But boy, when you see the little heat waves rising in that camera view, you know it's hot. Today's highs will reach about 97 in Orlando. Now that's only 5 degrees warmer than normal. August is our hottest month. However, that is the difference between something you can deal with and something that becomes honestly pretty intolerable. And we talked about the air conditioning bills. You know, the electric bills for a lot of us may be up to 25% more for the month of August than a typical month. So if your bill's normally, say, like $350 to cool your home, it may be more like $430 to $440. So it's a noticeable thing. I mean, even if you're in the AC all day, it still has an impact. Well, needless to say, we've got a heat advisory in effect all day today. And we're not alone. I mean, this heat goes all the way back to Oklahoma because that ridge of high pressure, that big blue H, ironically, it should be a red H. It's called a heat dome. And it's an area where air actually sinks and compresses, heating up more than it normally would. Now, we've got a huge pattern change on the way this week, and it's an exciting pattern change for two reasons. Number one, we need rain, and it's going to bring some rain. But most importantly, the edge to this heat will dissolve. This ridge of high pressure migrates west toward the Rockies, making for a really hot southwest. If you have any trip plans to Vegas, it is going to be on fire out there. But back east, a trough of low pressure in the upper levels develops. That means that we'll have the moisture squeeze played right over Florida, and there will be extra lift in the atmosphere to get the clouds building and the storms forming. And so just like that, we're going to go from today's isolated thunderstorm threat on the Atlantic coast this evening to a scattered to numerous thunderstorm setup across the board for tomorrow, for Tuesday. Here's a live view at Daytona Beach. A lot of folks are on the beach and at the attractions. It's the last couple of weeks of holiday for a lot of European tourists, especially from the UK. And we saw them out there bright and early this morning, like 6:30. A lot of them presumably still, this is me totally presuming, but still on European time, which is 5 hours ahead. So it would make sense if they got here recently that maybe 6 a.m. wouldn't feel that early for them. But anyway, I digress. The beaches have been really busy at all hours because it's just been so hot. But today the beaches won't be much cooler. Yeah, this afternoon we're going to top out at 95 degrees at Daytona Beach. That's brutal. And with the humidity of the ocean there, it's going to feel like 113. So drink a lot of water. And if you start feeling a little queasy, head back to the car or the hotel. Waves at 2 to 3 feet. Yeah. At least the water temperature is a little cooler at 82. Moderate risk for rip currents, waves at 2 to 3 feet. So that's enough to get the rip currents going. All right, let's talk about radar, future radar. This afternoon, we may see a few isolated downpours around Tampa, maybe as close to Orlando as Cocoa by 4 o'clock. And then we may catch a few more as you get up toward Daytona, Palm Coast, and Cocoa Beach about 7 p.m. Maybe. We'll see how this goes. There are signs that we may have a little bit of a sea breeze collision, especially around Port Orange, New Smyrna, and Ponce as we head toward dinner time, maybe 9 o'clock. That'll be about our only rain chance. But then the big shift, we'll go from a 30% chance today, which I think is a generous rain chance, maybe be a little bit lower than that, to something a 60% chance tomorrow. And that'll be the start of our pattern change lasting through the rest of this week. So here's tomorrow's future radar. Look at how quickly this happens. Once you hit about 3 o'clock, we get back to that typical Florida summertime setup where you can almost set your watch by it, at least in the old days. And we're going to see a good chance for storms as early as 3 o'clock. Now, that could impact school pickup. A lot of parents meet their young ones at school or at the bus stop, and there could be some storms. Hopefully there's no weather-related delays. Sometimes when there's lightning, they'll actually keep the kids in. By 5 o'clock, it looks like storms for a lot of us. If it hadn't started raining for you yet, these will be slow-moving storms that could dump between 4 and 7 inches of rain, and they'll generally migrate west toward the evening. In the tropics, no tropical activity is expected over the next 7 days. This is an El Nino summer, which means that there's going to be much higher than normal wind shear in the Atlantic, especially as we approach the peak of the hurricane season, which is early next month, September 10th. So far, we've had 2 tropical waves that showed promise. If you remember last week, it looked like we were going to have a tropical depression. At one time, they had an 80% chance on one of them as it approached the Caribbean, but it was enveloped by Saharan dust and wind shear, and it was destroyed. So no tropical activity expected for the next week. We'll see if that holds. There's a lot of ocean heat content near the surface, and so if those conditions waver at all over the next couple of months, we're going to see a lot of activity pop up. Well, today we're calling in a Fox 35 Storm Team alert to alert you of the heat, because it will be a dangerous heat today. Tomorrow, 96, well, we may not get that hot. We'll see how fast these clouds and showers develop. If that pops up as our future radar is advertising at 3, it may only get up to like 92 or 93, which is about where we should be this time of year. I mean, it's still hot, but it's just not going to be so brutal where you go outside and you're just insta-sweat. We'll see elevated rain chances, though, straight through the weekend. And Garrett, we may bump up the rain chances Friday and Saturday because we'll be in that perfect orientation to the east of a big high pressure with that trough kind of right overhead. But either way, we need the rain, and it'll be a nice break from the heat. It'll be a forcible change away from that unrelenting heat dome.
We need a break from the heat, I think.
We do. I think the electric bills really will come as a shock to a lot of us because, I mean, it's going to be a noticeable change.
Yeah, not looking forward to seeing that next bill, that's for sure. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner, thanks for joining us.
You got it. Thanks, Garrett.
And want to check back in on our poll before we go to break here. What is your primary election voting plan? Did you vote early in person? Did you mail your ballot? Are you going on election day, or are you sitting this one out? Looks like most of you right now, 47% saying you voted early in person. It is certainly convenient if you can get out there. Again, the early voting has closed. We are now waiting for primary election day tomorrow. Going to leave this up for a minute as we get ready to go to break here on Fox 35 News Plus, so you can get your vote in and let us know what your plan is. We'll leave this up, and then we're going to take a break, and then we have much more coverage to come right on here on Fox Local. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and our poll question this hour. We want to know what your primary election voting plan is tomorrow. In case you didn't know, is primary election day here in the Sunshine State. Looks like 43% of you say you already voted. You can vote early in person. There was that opportunity for a little bit. 43% saying you did that. 10% say you voted by mail, sent that ballot in. 26% say you're going to vote in person on election day, which would be tomorrow. And about 21% of you say you are sitting this one out. I do know that, obviously primaries are closed in Florida. That means Republicans can only vote in a Republican primary. Democrats can only vote in the Democratic primary. There are some, minor parties and others, non-party affiliated voters as well, that depending on where you live, you might not have anything to vote for in the primary. Some places, of course, have nonpartisan elections for NPA voters and things like that as well. So we will, it is certainly possible and reasonable that some of you might not have anything to vote for if you are one of the people saying you are sitting this one out. So we are seeing these numbers change. I'm curious to see. We know a number of folks have already voted early in person, and some people just like to go on election day. I will be going tomorrow. I did not make it out to vote early in person, so I'll be heading out tomorrow and trying to make it into the polling place. So let us know. Go to fox35orlando.com/vote or scan the QR code that you see on your screen. Again, welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. And thanks for joining us live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. We've got a lot of politics coverage for you coming up in a little bit. We are still expecting to hear from James Fishback, Republican gubernatorial candidate, a couple of Democratic Senate candidates that we're going to be speaking with here in a little bit, Angie Nixon, Alex Vindman. They're the two major candidates on the Democratic side in that U.S. Senate race, looking to challenge Ashley Moody in November. So we'll be speaking with them in a little bit. Also looking at the 7th Congressional District race and speaking with another candidate in that race, Alan Grayson, former member of Congress, who is running again. So we'll be hearing from him. But it's not all politics today. So we've got a lot of other things we are tracking as well. Going to be talking some space here in a little bit. A pretty amazing feat that SpaceX setting a new record with Falcon 9 launches just 38 minutes apart, one on Florida's Space Coast, one on the West Coast. So interesting stuff there. We're going to talk about what that means and a whole lot more coming up in just a little bit with one of our space experts. We're also monitoring several things in court. In Orange County today, jury selection began this morning in the Jalen Edgar trial. That is the suspect accused of killing 2 people, injuring multiple others in downtown Orlando on Halloween night. Back in 2024. I'm sure you remember that late night shooting. Jalen Edgar's trial is beginning. And there are again, jury selection in that. We're also expecting in about an hour and 10 minutes from now, it's going to be opening statements in the Tupac murder trial. We talked about this last week. Keefe D, who is charged with murder not charged specifically with murder. It is actually first-degree murder. First-degree murder with a deadly weapon. He's the alleged orchestrator of the drive-by shooting that killed Tupac back in 1996. A lot of interesting elements in this. So we'll monitor it. We'll probably dip in and maybe check in for a few minutes. Again, that's supposed to happen around 12:30 Eastern time, that trial out in Las Vegas. We are also watching and monitoring this out of Volusia County, another trial getting underway today. This is Dagmary Aponte, who is on trial. You see the judge on screen right now. There'll be this is a woman out of Volusia County who she and her husband were arrested. They're accused of assaulting a school resource officer at Deltona Middle School back in November of 2024. We have seen the body camera video for this. Her husband was also facing some charges in this, but my understanding is that Dagmary Aponte is claiming self-defense under Florida law. And so this will be an interesting trial. Jury selection, I believe, getting underway. Let's go ahead and listen in, hear what we are hearing from the judge right now, just to kind of dip into this courtroom in Volusia County right now.
You don't know whether you can. No, I can do that. My point is that if the applicable laws to this case conflict with God's law, that's what we're doing.
And you won't know that until after I instruct you on the law, whether it conflicts or not with God's law.
It seems to be the case.
All right. I just want to make sure that I understand. And
Yeah, a lot of questions for prospective jurors. You hear that discussion right now, the judge being able to follow up and ask some of those questions as well, trying to figure out what's going on with that. So we'll be monitoring that, and we'll bring you more. Just to remind you again, both Dagmar Aponte and her husband were facing charges in this. Her husband's case has already been resolved, pleaded no contest, sentenced to 45 days in jail for that. So that was just one aspect of it, and now we will see what happens with Aponte. Again, her trial is slated to begin, and you see some of those happenings in court right now. So that is kind of where things stand right now. We are nearing 11:30 on this Monday and have much more to come. So we're going to take a quick break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us. All right, let's try it now. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Monday morning, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. Our poll question this hour, we've been asking you what your primary election day voting plan is. Looks like 44% say you voted early in person, 8% mailed your ballot, 31% going on election day, and 17% say you are sitting this one out. Not too late to vote in our poll. Go to fox35orlando.com/vote or scan the QR code that you see on your screen right now. Well, throughout this campaign, we have had the chance to speak with a number of different candidates, and today, that continues as we now wind down what have been a number of high-profile campaigns. And so we are pleased to be joined today by one of the Republican candidates for governor. That would be James Fishback, joining us live now via Zoom from Miami. Joining us live right now. James, we appreciate your time. Thanks for joining us today. I'm sure things are busy in the closing hours of this campaign.
They are. In the last 3 days, I've personally called 500 undecided voters. I've responded to over 2,700 emails from those voters, laying out my clear plan to continue the work of Ron DeSantis and make Florida affordable again. Insurance premiums too high. We got to bring them down. Property taxes keep going up. We have to eliminate them while protecting essential services. And especially for folks in Orlando and where I grew up in South Florida, it is time to eliminate tolls on all Florida residents.
James, you talked about the talking to undecided voters. I know you live streamed some of that, and so I just want to talk to you a little bit about the way your campaign has looked over these past few months. A lot of it, really kind of dialed in on social media, live streaming, things like that. Do you think that is the way of the future and the way campaigns should be run now to reach maybe some voters who have not been reached in maybe more traditional means?
I absolutely think so. And the way to do it is to combine the digital with the in-person, the grassroots. We've held a town hall in every single one of Florida's 67 counties, and we live streamed that town hall. So hundreds of thousands of people could tune in either live or a recording of it. We go and knock on doors. We live stream that. I call undecided voters. We live stream that. And so you get to hear if you're on the other end of that call or sitting in the back of that town hall, but you also get to see a recording of it. And it shows that we are a plugged-in campaign. We are ready. We have the infrastructure and we have the team to become the nominee tomorrow and to win the general election in November.
Talk to me about your decision to enter this race, James. I know you've said before that if Governor DeSantis could run again, you wouldn't be in this race. But why did you decide that you did want to run, and why this race and why now?
Because I love Florida, and I fear that we are losing the state that we love. Farmland is disappearing. Data centers are being forced on our communities. It has never been more expensive to live in our state. So whether you're a young college grad trying to get a job, a young couple trying to raise a family, or a retiree trying to get by on Social Security, I'm fighting for you in the state that we love.
You have talked about wanting to return to old Florida in some ways. So how do you kind of balance that, some of what you're hoping to see, with also, make sure that the state can continue to grow economically and in other ways? How do you balance that, James?
Well, we're not balancing it right now, and you know that because everywhere you look, there's a new Dollar Tree, a new gas station, a new place that's being built that the community did not ask for. Our land is being lost before our eyes, and we should be wise to stop that. Whether it's data centers, strip malls, more congestion on our highways, we cannot lose the beauty of old Florida, and that is what I'm fighting to protect. I was born and raised in South Florida, my wife too. We now live in the Panhandle. We've often in Orlando, and it seems that the congestion on I-4 on the 528 is just getting worse and worse. And so we have to take a breather here. Yes, we have to grow, but responsibly. And we have not done that up until now, and that's what I'm fighting to change. So the state doesn't feel like a construction site. It feels like our home.
We know your experience before with Incubate Debate, and you've talked a lot about having conversations with voters, having conversations with people on other sides of the political spectrum, and the importance of civilized debate, and something that in some ways many believe we may have lost. And at the same time, some of your rhetoric, James, has been criticized. Some of your word choices to talk about some of your fellow candidates and things like that. And so I'm curious what you make of the political temperature in this country, and how we can continue to have conversations where we see each other not as necessarily enemies, but as just people who disagree.
That's my childhood growing up in Florida, and that's what I want to get back to, where your neighbor's a Democrat, you're a Republican. You can disagree like heck, but at the end of the day, they come over and watch football with you on Sunday. They come over to your kid's birthday party or your July 4th barbecue. We need to get back to a time where we can actually disagree agreeably. And our campaign, by showing up in every single county, not just the big ones like Orange and Osceola and Broward and Dade, but some of the smaller ones as well, Lafayette, Dixie, Holmes, and Bradford. We have shown that we are the campaign that can sit down and not talk to voters, but talk with voters. That's why I literally gave James at fishback2026.com. And over 2,000 emails from voters. They appreciate someone that they can easily get in touch with. That's the candidate that I've been, and that's the governor that I will be.
So we've seen the attention that your campaign has gotten, the turnout at some of your events. How do you think that translates tomorrow when it comes to election night? We see the results come in 7 o'clock tomorrow. What are you expecting to see when it's all said and done, and we know what happens next?
I think we're going to see a win of 5 to 10 points. We're going to see youth turnout at the highest it's ever been in a Republican primary in Florida. And I think we're going to see people from all walks of life unite behind our campaign because we are a grassroots campaign. My opponents have plenty of political experience. They will tout that experience. My only question is, you guys have been in office for years. Why haven't you done any of this stuff that you're now talking about? You want to fix insurance? Fix it now. You're in office now. You want to eliminate tolls to give working families a tax break? Do that now. And so remiss if I didn't mention the fact that these guys have been in office. If they had a plan to help Floridians, why haven't they done it already? I'm a business owner. I know what it's like to hire and fire employees, to grow a business through good times and bad. And I'm asking Floridians to give me the opportunity of a lifetime to fight for them and the state that we love.
Well, James Fishback, Republican gubernatorial candidate, we appreciate your time. We appreciate you joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus today and chatting with us about some of the issues.
Thank you very much, Garrett.
And we are going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we have much more to get to, so don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Monday morning, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. Continuing our conversations with political candidates here on the Election Day Eve, primary election eve here in Florida, and we appreciate you joining us live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. And today we're speaking with two of the major Democratic candidates in the U.S. Senate race. Pleased to be joined live right now by State Representative Angie Nixon, who is joining us live via Zoom to talk about the campaign. Representative, we appreciate your time. Thanks for joining us today.
Thank you for having me, Garrett. I'm so happy to be here.
So first of all, just talk to me about your decision to enter this race, why you wanted to run for U.S. Senate.
Yeah, for sure. So, as I've been traveling all across the state of Florida, I've had tough conversations with hardworking everyday folks. And what I'm learning is that they're working harder than ever and still struggling to get ahead. And so, right now, instead of politicians who are looking out for everyday people, we have unelected Ashley Moody and Donald Trump who are only looking out for their campaign donors and their billionaire, soon to be trillionaire friends and families. And so I decided to run for United States Senate because I believe that hardworking everyday people should get to shape what their communities look like and what their economies look like. I want to put more money in folks' pockets. I want to drive down these costs and actually build a new vision with hardworking people across the state of Florida.
You are facing a candidate in the Democratic primary that has some name recognition already and a lot of fundraising advantages over you as well. So talk to me about how you have managed this campaign and what your expectation is tomorrow.
Yeah, for sure. So I pride myself on not being a career politician, but actually being a public servant. And so unfortunately, my primary opponent has been operating as a career politician and not having conversations and meeting people where they are. I've been traveling all across the state of Florida in my own personal vehicle, sometimes sleeping on my friends and family's couches so that I can talk to as many voters and as many Floridians as possible. Look, what we are learning is that people want something different, right? And it's apparent that they like what I am talking about and how I'm going to fight for them because the most recent independent poll came out that showed that I am the strongest Democratic candidate to be able to take on Ashley Moody. Look, we know we have what it takes. And we're going to have the money that we need to actually win this thing on tomorrow. People are energized. We're building momentum. Congressman Maxwell Frost, as well as Representative Anna Escamani and Senator Carlos Guillermo Smith and State Attorney Monique Roarell and so many, Senator LaVon Bracey Davis, so many leaders in Central Florida and all across the state of Florida have endorsed my campaign because they know that I am the person to actually push back on Donald Trump, hold him accountable for all the corruption that he has been a part of, and actually look out for everyday people.
At the same time, Representative Nixon, you have faced some pushback and some criticism as well for some of your actions in the state house. I know you made headlines this year with taking a megaphone on the House floor during the redistricting debate, sitting in the governor's office and being taken into custody for that even. So how do you respond to folks who maybe don't necessarily like the tone of how all of some of those things played out?
For sure. So I think it's important to realize that I took a stand for democracy. Right now, our institutions and democracy is under attack. And I was not going to sit idly by as we watched as Republicans in the state legislature decided that they no longer wanted to allow hardworking people to decide who would represent them. They wanted to choose who their voters were as politicians. Look, I am coming from a great history of people who took part in the civil rights movement. And it was only because of sit-ins and peaceful protests and disruptions to the status quo, which was actually harming people. And that's the only reason we were able to bring about change. And so I am going to continue to make sure that I put people at the forefront of anything that I do, right? We need universal health care. We need to ensure that housing is a right and people have a place to stay. And I am not going to go along to get along and allow these people to destroy our country. And I am going to fight to ensure, again, that hardworking everyday people get to decide what it is that they need. People are working harder than ever. Meanwhile, we have politicians like Ashley Moody and Donald Trump who are working less and they're getting richer. They try to say things like we don't have money for universal health care or universal child care, but they're spending $2 billion a day on a war that's only allowing Donald Trump's son-in-law and defense contractors to get richer. They've spent nearly $1 billion in a ballroom that we'll never get to dance in. Now is the time for us to focus on these rising costs to wind down these wars, to remove these working family taxes, which are tariffs, and to make sure that billionaires and corrupt corporations pay what they owe. 88 companies last year made over $105 billion, and they paid absolutely nothing in federal taxes. Meanwhile, I was speaking to a woman, and she heard that statement, and she said she made $55,000 last year, and she's on a payment plan with the IRS. This is not okay. It is time for us to actually help everyday people and not these billionaires or these corporations.
What is the top issue facing Florida voters, and how would you, as a member of the U.S. Senate, work to address that?
Right now, what I'm hearing from folks is that it costs too much money just for them to be alive, and they are fearful that they are one emergency away from losing it all. And so on day one, I promised, after I become your next United States Senator, is to pass legislation that will extend the Affordable Care Act subsidies so that we can make sure that we are immediately driving down the cost of people's health insurance premiums. And those nearly 300,000 people that were knocked off the rolls here in the state of Florida can get back onto the marketplace. And then I'm going to push hardcore for Medicare for all. We're already paying the cost of what it would cost if we had Medicare for all, even while people are still having to pay deductibles and co-pays, right? What we need to do is to get these corrupt corporations out of this right for people to have health care. We should not be okay with people denying people life-saving medication and life-saving treatments simply because it's going to impact their bottom line. Healthcare is a right, and we need to treat it as such. And that's the number one priority for me when I head to the United States Senate.
You've been endorsed by the Democratic Socialists of America. We have seen them win some high-profile primaries in other states. How do you respond to those who say that may be fine in some other states, but that is too liberal for Florida, and that if you were to win this primary, that would be the end of Democrats' chances to take the U.S. Senate seat that Ashley Moody is holding?
Look, we can argue about people's labels, but what I care about are the needs of people. And as someone who has been a state lawmaker for the past 6 years, as a mother, as a Democrat, as a Democratic Socialist, recently as a member of the Working Family Party, as a union organizer, I have always centered the needs of hardworking everyday people. And I am going to continue to do that, which is why people who are MPAs and Republicans have joined our People Power campaign, because they know I'm always going to put them first. My beliefs, again, are that hardworking everyday people should get to shape what our communities and economies look like. And I'm going to work for that the same way I've been working here in the state of Florida and actually passing legislation to help do things like expand the access of early childhood education for working families and low-income families. I'm going to work just as hard when I become the next United States Senator in Washington, D.C.
And so before I let you go, your closing message to voters, Representative Nixon, what you want them to know before they go cast their ballots.
My closing message is, look, y'all, quiet status quo, timid leadership is not going to beat Ashley Moody. I don't care how much money is in play. What we need is someone that's going to energize a base of people. What we need is someone who's willing to go to Washington, D.C. to fight against the corruption that's happening. I am not going to be sending strongly worded emails. I am going to be centering everyday people to make sure that we are pushing for legislation that will actually help improve their quality of life, and that we're also putting checks and balances on the president, and honestly working to remove him and to make sure that he is locked up for all the issues and the concerns that he has caused us here in this country. Look, y'all, it doesn't have to be this way. We can send fighters to Washington, D.C. who plan to deliver for you, and I am that candidate, Angie Nixon, and I ask for your support on tomorrow.
Angie Nixon, state representative and candidate for U.S. Senate. We appreciate your time. Thank you so much for joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Thank you for having me.
We're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Monday morning, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. We've been speaking with a number of candidates in the 7th Congressional District race. This is one of the races here in Central Florida that has been getting a lot of attention. And joining us now is Alan Grayson, another one of the Democratic candidates and a former member of Congress himself as well. We appreciate you taking the time and joining us here today.
My pleasure. It's all for the voters.
So talk to me about your decision. You entered the race a little bit later than some of the other candidates did. So just talk to me about your decision to run for Congress again now here in the 7th District.
Well, I think it's very simple. It's who can do the best job. And I don't see anybody else in the field who's going to be able to do better than me. I passed 121 laws, brought us a VA hospital, brought us $1 billion in highway improvements that cut down on traffic, cut foreclosures in half. Do you know Corey Mills' only legislative accomplishment? Do you know? No, he renamed a post office. I am not kidding. That's the only bill that he's passed in 4 years in Congress. We deserve better.
And so, what is your plan then? If you win the primary, if you win the general in November, what would kind of your roadmap be? What are you telling voters that your kind of main focus would be?
Make Florida affordable. The Grayson 5-point plan to make Florida affordable. First, Medicare for all. We've tried everything else. The Germans had Medicare for all 150 years ago, thanks to Bismarck. And right now, we still struggle with 20 million Americans who can't see a doctor when they're sick and get the care that they need to stay alive. Second, no tax on driving, no tolls, no vehicle registration fees, no gas tax. You know, there shouldn't be a gas tax on driving, and this is for the same reason there shouldn't be a gas tax on breathing. Third, there needs to be no tax on Social Security and no co-payments for Medicare. I pay $800 a month for my, quote, free Medicare coverage. That's absurd. We make a promise to older folks that they're going to get the care they need from the government to stay alive, and then we break the promise by chintzing them over and over and over again. Fourth, mortgage interest relief. We need to allow people to refinance their mortgages at lower interest rates thanks to the state. The average Floridian homeowner would save $5,000 a year from mortgage interest payment relief. And then 5, free college. I'm paying $96,000 a year for my senior at the University of Chicago this year. Free college and free preschool starting at the age of 3.
What has the reception been like to your campaign?
It's very positive. I happen to see on your Chiron up there, Ro Khanna was saying that the big issue this year is Medicare for all. Just as we were about to begin, it was on your Chiron on the screen there. And that's the real news. The real news is, what are we going to do to make Florida affordable? What are we going to do to make America affordable again? And I have real answers. I'm not playing around. I have real answers, and I've shown already by passing 121 laws in 4 years that I'm willing to do it. More than anyone else in the entire country. There's 435 members of Congress. I was number 1.
Bale Dalton, one of your opponents in this race, gotten a lot of attention, done well with fundraising. What do you make of kind of being the underdog in this race, even as a former member of Congress?
Well, Democrats are always underdogs, right? It's in our nature. I don't know if I'm the underdog or not. You know, I'll tell you, I don't know Bale that well, but what I understand, and I may be wrong about this, is that he left Florida 22 years ago when he went to college, and he only came back last year to run for Congress, and he doesn't even have a regular job here. He's just running for Congress. The term that was used to be used during earlier generations was carpetbagger. And what about me? I've been here for more than 30 years. I raised 5 children, put them all through public schools. I'm the real deal.
And so what is your closing message to voters ahead of the primary election day tomorrow? What do you want them to know? I'll let you talk right to them if you want.
Yes, my message is simple. It's not about me. It's about you. Who's going to do the best job for you? That's what matters here. If you're going to pick a brain surgeon, you wouldn't pick the one who looked good. I would never win that election, for sure. You would pick the one who was going to do the best job. not only am I promising to do the best job for you, but I've done the best job. Even while I was in Congress in my first 3 terms, I did so much to make our lives better. I brought $500 from Washington, D.C. to Orlando for every single one of us. I'll do it again.
All right, Alan Grayson, Democratic candidate, Florida Congressional District 7. We appreciate your time. Thanks for joining us.
My pleasure. Thank you.
We're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us. Let's check in with, as we continue our conversations with a number of candidates here on Election Eve. We're going to check in with the Alex Vindman campaign. We are pleased to be joined by retired Lieutenant Colonel Alex Vindman, one of the Democratic candidates for U.S. Senate, joining us live now via Zoom. Alex, thanks so much for taking the time today.
Great to be back with you, Garrett.
What does the sprint to the finish look like here for you?
Well, it's a beautiful day. I got a chance to get out, get a run in. I feel good about what we've done over the course of 6.5 months and launching this campaign. Traversed the state of Florida, 250 events, meeting with Democrats, but also independents and Republicans, and finding a message that connects. You know, this is a campaign that can deliver. And my service record, 21 years in the military, culminating in the Pentagon and the White House, facing down some of the most serious challenges this country has, and now taking on the challenge of cutting costs for Florida families and fighting corruption that is making life harder, making sure that folks that are being strangled with a homeowner's insurance, the highest insurance rates in the country, including myself. My homeowner's insurance has doubled. This is a problem that needs to be solved. But we can't do that until we also deal with the problem of corruption. Folks like Ashley Moody, who's taken $1 million from big insurance companies and delivered for them, failed to hold them to account when they failed to pay out policy claims and when they hiked up their rates. So we need to do both things, fight the fight that need to be fought, and then solve the problems that need to be solved to deliver for our seniors, for our working families, and for the next generation.
You talk about your travels across the state, your conversations with voters. I'm curious if there's anything that surprised you about those conversations, and maybe things that you heard from voters that you didn't necessarily expect along the way.
There were probably some surprises. I know that there's more that unites us than divides us. That's clear. Yesterday, I went to a bunch of different churches, different kinds of congregations, but felt that the fact that we were united in trying to make life easier for our families. I felt that going to places like the Villages, even walking a Trump rally, talking to Republicans, that they are being crushed by homeowners insurance that is making life impossible for seniors that have planned meticulously but are falling behind because their insurance is doubled or tripled, that their children are leaving the state of Florida because it's too expensive. So it's a pretty amazing place to be when you're talking to Democrats. And we got a primary tomorrow, so I need folks to come out and vote for me. But we're also talking to independents and Republicans about the same issues, about making life more affordable, reducing the cost of groceries, gas, that we could absolutely do that if we crush this tariff policy that's another tax on Florida families. And if we set aside career politicians like Ashley Moody, who's placed into this position as a senator, after taking $10 million away from children's Medicaid and delivering it to political campaigns to defeat the ballot initiative on marijuana. That's traded more than $2 million in stocks. So again, fight the fights that need to be fought and solve problems. Bipartisanship is not an option, it's a necessity. So we need to do both things. And I feel like I've made that case pretty clearly against my primary and my general election challenger. I'm not owned by special interests. I'm the only candidate that's not taking a dime from corporate PACs. I'm an independent-minded kind of guy that will stick his neck out and do the things that need to be done, even if it's at personal risk, like when I reported corruption at the highest level. So that's what people are getting, and I'm proud to deliver some real representation to Floridians.
Well, Alex Vinneman, U.S. Senate candidate, we appreciate your time. I know you have other places you need to go and other obligations today as well, so we appreciate you taking a few minutes out of your day here to chat with us on this election eve.
Thanks, Garrett. Until next time. Next time we should also try to, when I'm in the Senate, I'm going to pass a law to make election day a holiday, because folks should be getting out and making sure that they make their voices heard. So that's another item on the list. But thanks, Garrett. Really appreciate it.
All right, Alex, thank you. As we go to break here on Fox 35 News Plus, do want to go ahead and pull up our poll question of the hour, what your primary election voting plan is. Looks like 46% of you saying you voted early in person. That number has been pretty high throughout the day, and it has been consistently the highest out of those other options. 30% say you're going on election day, 16% say you are sitting this one out, and 8% saying you already mailed in your ballot. So it's not too late to vote in our poll here. You can do so on fox35orlando.com/vote or scanning the QR code on your screen. Well, we still have much more to come here on Fox 35 News Plus, and when we come back, I know we've had a lot of politics over the past hour, obviously with tomorrow being election day, but we're going to shift gears a little bit, talk some space, talk some sports. We'll have our first Monday morning quarterback segment of the season where we look at some of the top headlines from the Florida football weekend that was. So you won't want to miss that. That is coming up on the other side of this break right here on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. So keep it right here, and we will be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us. It is just afternoon on this Monday. And so one of our producers pointed out to me in the break that we technically cannot call this Monday morning quarterback because it is now Monday afternoon. So our first Monday afternoon quarterback segment of the season, we are pleased to bring in Tim Walters, who is a sports editor of the Florida Times-Union and Florida Today, joining us live now to go over some of the top headlines from the Florida football weekend that was. Tim, kind of crazy. Here we are, the dog days of summer right now in August, and football really starting to ramp up.
Yeah, morning, noon, or night. I can talk football to you, so we can call the segment whatever you want. That's no problem. Record heat going on outside, so I don't envy the players out there. But Friday night and last Thursday, technically, was a busy night for high school football in the state. The Sunshine State Athletic Association, which is the smaller of the groupings, got its regular season going on Thursday, technically. And then the FHSAA, the Florida High School Athletic Association, they played their what's called Week 0, their preseason jamborees, and they get Week 1 going this Friday. I'll just share a couple of things that we saw from around the state. The USA Today Network blankets the state, and we were all over the place. But St. Thomas Aquinas right now is looking like the class of the state. You know, we've got the new open division here in the state of Florida, and so that's going to take the 8 best teams regardless of class and put them in this like special playoff. Well, right now, if there's a team that if there were betting odds on, and obviously with high school there's not, but St. Thomas Aquinas would be a good bet. They're number 1 in the USA Today Florida Network Super 25 rankings, and so that they dismantled Cardinal Mooney 49-0, and that's a team that won a state title last year. So just incredible things down there. Carroll City is another one to note down in Miami. They only won 6 games last year, but they got a bunch of transfers in, including this really impressive kid from Texas. So we're expecting good things from them. But they get a 24-23 overtime win over West Boca, which has, again, won back-to-back state titles. They're always great down there in West Boca. So that was impressive. Vero Beach, which not too far from Central Florida, just south of the Space Coast where I'm located. Vero Beach always has the class of the Treasure Coast, always a good team. But this year, Champ Mons, their quarterback, he might be the most complete quarterback in the state. He's a Notre Dame commit, which tells you, he must be pretty good. And they beat Cardinal Newman, again, another really good team, 28-7. Again, it's just preseason, but this isn't like college or NFL preseason. I mean, these kids are trying to win these games. And then, Cocoa, which is near and dear again here on the Space Coast, they've won 19 consecutive regional championships. They're always in the state semifinals, but this might finally be that year where they could get knocked off. A lot of the players have transferred. There's a couple of powers in the county, Galley, Melbourne. Well, they ran into Melbourne during their preseason game, and they actually got shellacked 47-16. They've got a new head coach in Nate Hooks. He's going to go back to work, get this thing right, but might be a little bit tougher for fans there of Cocoa. And Miami Central, of course, they're always one of the best in the state. So, again, they had a dominating win, and they won 28-17 against Jones, your Orlando-based team, who expect them to have a really good season. But when you run into any team pretty much from Miami, it seems you're going to have a rough night. So that's such a tiny piece of what went on. But if you let me go on about it, I'll take all day. So.
And then it would be Monday night quarterbacking, so we probably don't have that much time. We know Tim loves talking football, and we love talking football with you. And things are really just getting started. Like you said, it's going to be a great season of high school football ahead. We're looking forward to it. Now, we're also starting to see NFL teams take into the field some preseason games. Give us the latest with the Jags, and I know you got some new information about Travis Hunter this morning as well.
Yeah, literally right before we went on the air, the Jaguars had wrapped up practice, and one of our reporters, Gary Smits, shared his Travis Hunter. We track what he does. And in 11-on-11 periods today, he only played on the defensive side of the ball. He did run a couple of offensive plays and 7-on-7s. You can read all of those exact stats at jacksonville.com, home of the Florida Times-Union. But, that's coming in right there. But usually preseason games aren't that great, and this weekend really wasn't much of an exception. But even though the first half of that Jags-Saints game was a hard watch, the second half ended up being really exciting as the Jaguars staged a comeback where they put up 18 unanswered points. They were trying out this young running back, a rookie named Jamari Taylor, who they signed as an undrafted free agent. He had 22 carries for 78 yards and the game-winning touchdown. I think the Jaguars like what they see out of the young guy as they still evaluate this busy running back room where Travis Etienne, who is now on the Saints, so, Bashal Tutin might get the starting job. Chris Rodriguez might get the starting job. They have LaQuint Allen, who they drafted last year. They like this young guy, Jamari Taylor. They have DJ Dallas. They have, it's a packed room, a lot of guys, so we'll see if he's maybe the one that gets that fourth spot. But hey, they came back to win. The backup quarterback situation, a little bit murky, so let's hope Trevor Lawrence doesn't get hurt because Nick Mullins didn't look all that great. Carter Bradley, he played okay. And then Joey Aguilar, who's a young guy who came in mop-up duty, ended up having a beautiful pass that ended up leading to that game-winning touchdown. So, we'll be watching what happens there and who they keep on the practice squad. And then, of course, Cam Little does Cam Little things, just making field goals. First from 54, makes it look easy. 32, 36. If you watch that game on TV, he's got a commercial where he's out in the swamp kicking a ball between two airboats. Why? Because why not? He's just incredible. So yeah, the second half was really good. And of course, the Jaguars still have high hopes, even though that game was mostly backups.
Are we learning anything about the Buccaneers?
Yeah, so again, they had a lot of backups playing. We didn't see Baker Mayfield and guys like that. But, they were down 10-0 against the Jets, who, not expecting much out of them. But, rookie Aiden Garners, he picked off Bailey Zappi. He returned an interception, 47 yards for a touchdown. That ties the game up in the first half. He's listed as a third-string cornerback. But given the Bucs defenses, they're in a little bit of a rebuilding mode. A young guy like that making big plays like that in the preseason, you could see him move up on that depth chart. And then Connor Bazelak, he started in place of Baker Mayfield. They were also sitting their backup, Jake Browning, who's played well for the Bengals for a few years. So Bazelak went in there. He was okay, 12 of 20, 70 yards, no touchdowns, no interceptions. But Jalen Daniels, a young guy, an undrafted rookie from Kansas, he came in. He looked really good, actually. 10 of 15, 111 yards, and he rushed for a touchdown that put the game away. So, for me, the most fun thing in this game, though, two of my favorite names in all of football are on the Jets, actually. Their backup quarterback, Cade Klubnik, which to me sounds like a Hanna-Barbera cartoon, for those who remember that. And then Maury Bamba, I had to look it up. Was he related to Mo Bamba, former Magic player? But he is not, but just had to give those guys a shout out.
Those are a couple pretty great names, that's for sure. All right, now we can't forget about the Dolphins, although there are probably some Dolphins fans who wouldn't mind forgetting the Dolphins. It's going to be a long season for the Fins. What have we seen so far in the preseason for them?
Hey, I tell you what, if you turned the Dolphins on, watched that first drive, saw them score that touchdown and shut the game off, you went to bed pretty happy. But I'm sure most people did not do that, unfortunately. But hey, they only played Malik Willis that drive. They only played Devon Achane that drive. Willis, 4 of 5, 43 yards. Achane, he had a really nice play. And then trying to think, rookie Caleb Douglas, I'm sorry, he had a nice 28-yard pass. So that offense, again, they're playing against the second stringers of the Commanders, but looked pretty good to open the season. That one was scripted well. And then when they sat those guys down, it was all downhill. You've got Quinn Ewers penciled in as your backup quarterback, but he goes 1 for 8 for 27 yards and an interception. And you're like, oh, that's dreadful. But then they bring in Cam Miller, the third string guy. He goes 3 for 11 for 39 yards and 2 interceptions. So that backup quarterback room is looking rough. And with that offensive line, aside from Patrick Paul, they better step up and really protect Willis, because if not, things could go from bad to worse for the Dolphins. But hey, little hope in that first drive. And then they lose the rest of the way, 20-7.
Yeah, so certainly some room for improvement. There's no doubt about that. All right, Tim Walters, sports editor, Florida Times Union in Florida today. Always love talking football with you. Thanks for joining us today. And where can folks read more?
Yeah, again, you can find out our great reporting on the Jaguars at jacksonville.com, home of the Times-Union. You can read about the Dolphins at the Palm Beach Post, which is palmbeachpost.com. And then we've got the Buccaneers covered by USA Today's Bucs Wire, which is just bucswire.usatoday.com. So we're covering those guys. The high school football, we are in 17 news sites, and we have 2 state reporters just for high school. So check that out at places like floridatoday.com, the Daytona Beach News Journal, Gainesville Sun. I could go on again with all of our properties, but just look for the USA Today family of papers here in the Florida, and we cover as much as we can for you guys, the fans, who we love taking care of.
All right, Tim, we appreciate it. Thanks so much for taking the time and joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus today.
All right, thank you very much, Garrett.
We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back. All right, we are clear. Tim, appreciate it.
All right, thank you, guys.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and nice to see you on this Monday afternoon. It was quite a record, a new record that SpaceX just set with Falcon 9 launches just under 39 minutes apart. We saw one of those launches along Florida Space Coast, one in California. Joining us live now to talk about this, what this means, and kind of what it means for the future of space here in Florida. Pleased to be joined by Ken Kramer, managing editor of Space Up Close. Ken, always love talking with you. Thanks for joining us today.
Thank you. Thanks very much for having me. Yes, I saw one of those launches. Sent you guys some pictures. It was actually a launch and a landing. Big crowd at Jetty Park. There you see it. You see the curve going up the east coast of the United States, and then landing 8 minutes later. And then there was a cruise ship that passed right in front of us just moments afterwards. There you see the stage separation between the first and the second stages. There we are with Isaacman. We just met him. I asked him actually about SpaceX on Friday. There, again, you can see that cruise ship. This is a long duration shot. So you see the cruise ship leaving. Any of you been on cruise ships, you know the back is kind of like, it's shaped, it's not uniform. It's a little different with all the decks. But anyway, that was exciting. There you see Jetty Park Pier, a lot of people. So the other launch was out at Vandenberg in California. And again, and then there's the Starship you're showing now that will be here at some point. I doubt it's here by the end of the year, but maybe by early next year. Really, it all depends. They have so much work to do. to get it done. But yeah, so again, between the East and the West Coast, I guess that was a record, 38 minutes. But again, between the East Coast and the West Coast, not 2 launches here at the Kennedy Space Center and Cape Canaveral Space Force Station.
Still really evidence that there is a lot going on. You covered it there, talking about some of the other things. SpaceX really has a lot going on. And so what does this, this launch cadence, what does that mean kind of big picture? Why is this something that matters, that we're continuing to see things like this done, some of these envelopes pushed maybe in some ways, and seeing more and more launches in closer proximity and time to one another?
Well, what it means is SpaceX has a fantastic capability, okay? And you could see why, really, in the pictures, those streak shot images, long duration time lapse. Because why? Because they are launching and landing. They're not just launching a rocket. There again, you see the launch is the curve, and then the landing with separate burns, the boost back burn and the landing burn, it actually plummets in between. So they recycle these rockets. And because of that, they don't have to build a new one every time. And so because of that, they can launch more frequently. Usually they land on a drone ship out at sea, 400 miles or so away off the coast of the Carolinas, or off the coast of the Bahamas, or even further south, depending on the direction. They got a wide range of angles they can launch from here because they're going out of the ocean, going out over the ocean, I should say. So we're not endangering any populated areas. And then the same thing is in Vandenberg, over on the other coast. They can launch south, they launch over the ocean, and they've got that pad up and running. This used to be their primary pad, but now they've brought Vandenberg online. They recover the rockets on a drone ship that used to be here. They shipped it over there to California, and they can also land on land, just like here. So between the 2 coasts, they launch every couple of days. They're roughly about 100 launches so far this year, increased pace. Here we have about 50 launches. It might be a little less because now they don't have 2 drone ships. So they have to launch about every 5 days instead of every 2.5 days or so. But, still, what does it mean with all these aerospace companies? It means more jobs, more satellites being built in this area, more components being built in this area. So, that's all really good. They have to, of course, obey all the pollution and environmental regulations because, we got a lot of tourists. Tourists come here for the clean beaches and the clean oceans. So we have to respect the environment and not pollute the area. And everybody has to work together. I worked in industry, in the chemical industry. I know it can be done. And, unfortunately, some of these rocket companies, they want to skip the regulations. They should not. They absolutely should not be allowed to do that. They need to follow the regulations. And then everybody will be happy when they come here because you got kids and adults and families. They want to have a great experience. So they want clean air and they want clean water. And they want to see what America does best, launching these rockets, advancing technology. And that's all critical for our economy. So that's what's going on. And then there's the Starship launching in Texas. And why is that important? Well, I asked Isaacman, the NASA administrator, over the weekend. That's important because they're commercial, but what's important for me and for people interested in space, that's going to launch the human lander, okay, to go to the moon. And they're going to do a test flight next year with Artemis 3. And I asked them, this was Friday, is it on schedule? And to launch next year. And he feels extremely confident that it will. So we'll see what happens.
And Ken, I'm going to play that soundbite. We pulled the segment from that news conference where you asked that question of Isaacman.
Excellent.
Artemis 3 a couple times. Can you, Jared, please give us an update? Where do these Pathfinder vehicles stand for Blue Origin and SpaceX now? And do you think that you'll be able to launch next year? And what kind of exhibits for that will you have at the air show? Thank you.
I'm extremely confident that we are going to be able to launch Artemis 3 next year. That's why we stepped into stacking operations. I had a chance to visit with the Blue Origin team earlier, walk the assembly line floor today, looking at components that will make their way into the Blue Origin test lander that we'll be rendezvousing and docking with. And I'll tell you, and I think if you spoke to Blue Origin, they would say the same thing. What we are going to learn from that mission, the amount of risk we're going to be able to bring down in advance of Artemis 4 will be significant. In fact, so much so I think you couple that with the uncrewed landing demonstration, you're going to be very confident about what you're going to be able to achieve in, potentially in 2028. So they're moving very quickly. I tell you, we managed the schedule down to the day collectively. Every single component to the Artemis program, we managed down to the day and down to the hour. So from the enhancements to the SLS vehicle and Centaur, to the Orion readiness on this, to suit development, to our 2 different landers, we are paying very close attention to. And we, as I've said many times, the talent across NASA is driving outcomes alongside our partners. Now, with respect to SpaceX, I think what you're witnessing, you're seeing an increase in launch cadence, and that's critical. If they're able to launch again, in early September after their last launch and continue to track inside of a month, potentially every couple of weeks before the end of the year, we're going to feel very good about their timing to contribute to Artemis 3 next year. They've already started cutting hardware for that test vehicle. We track that every single day, so that's the test lander. So we're feeling very good about that, and I'd say more so, each step along the way that you get better about Artemis 3, you're feeling that much better about Artemis 4 and its timeline in 28.
So it sounds pretty confident in some of the timelines, and also talked about the importance of these increased launch cadences as well. Ken, what'd you make of his answer?
Well, I was really happy to get that because, we haven't got a lot of updates. So that was my opportunity to ask the question. And that made news. A bunch of news outlets followed up on that. He's extremely confident. Well, I'll tell you, I think the rocket will be ready. NASA's rocket, the SLS, the Space Launch System, and Orion, they'll both be ready. The question is, what about those landers and what about those rockets? Both the rockets, the Starship and the New Glenn, we've talked about them. They both face challenges. New Glenn just exploded 2 months ago. They got to get it back on track. Starship hasn't reached orbit yet. Maybe in the next flight, that is their goal, reach orbit. And then they have to get those landers. So I was really happy to get that detailed answer from him. We haven't had that. So that was like the perfect timing. They were announcing an air show, and I really wanted to know the update on Artemis 3 because that's what matters here. And believe me, there are going to be a lot of people coming to see that. And it's critical because the only way we're going to beat China back to the moon is if these rockets and these landers are ready. So the landers are a whole separate issue. With SpaceX, it's just the docking ring they're going to have. They will not have a pressurized cabin, so that's unfortunate. Blue Origin is making more progress. They will have a cabin. The astronauts on Artemis 3 actually will be able to enter a pressurized cabin and then maybe even test out those EVA suits, prototypes that they would use when they walk on the moon. So it was a really good update. Thank you for showing that. And it's amazing. Live Now Fox actually clipped that part. So that was pretty fantastic. So thanks for showing that. But there's a lot of work to do. Okay. We're really still at the beginning. Tremendous amount of work to do on the rockets and the landers. None of it will be easy. So again, I was real happy they're tracking it every day. We didn't know that before. That was something new. Every day they're tracking the critical components down to the hour. The fact that he had visited the Blue Origin facility, just hours before I asked him that question, that was real news right there. So I was really happy to have that chance. And I'm really happy that we can inform the public with this interview. And you playing that tape was excellent. Thank you.
Well, good stuff there, Ken, and some great information coming out of that. Ken Kramer, managing editor of Space Up Close, and also great shots from that launch today. We appreciate you sharing those with us as well.
Lot of people coming to watch those launches. And don't forget about Nancy Grace Roman launching in 2 weeks.
Yep.
A really super powerful telescope that you and I have talked about, and we could talk more in the future.
And I'm sure we will talk more about it in the future. So, Ken, we appreciate your time today, and thanks for joining us.
All right. Thank you.
We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back. All right, we are clear. Thanks. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Want to listen into this news conference. You're hearing from Alan Jackson, who is speaking right now after Nick Reiner appeared in court today. Nick Reiner, of course, facing murder charges in connection with the death of his parents, director Rob Reiner, photographer Michelle Reiner. That news conference there has wrapped up, so we will not be listening in live, but interesting to hear some discussions in that after that case continues to move forward in court. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and what has been a busy Monday. Would certainly expect that here as we get ready for Election Day tomorrow. We've been speaking with a number of different candidates and been tackling a number of different topics as well today on this Monday. Now, I want to get you to Tampa, where earlier today, Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy spoke at a news conference. He was touring Port Tampa Bay alongside a couple of other officials and announced a pretty big investment in ferry services and also talked about some grant funding to help specifically here in Florida. So I want to play for you as we heard from the U.S. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy speaking just a little bit ago in Tampa.
Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me here in Tampa. I love your beautiful weather. I'm not offended by nice, hot, and sunny, so it's great to be here. And as Florida would, you've ordered that up for us today. I'm here with our Maritime Minister, Steve Carmel, who has just done a fantastic job driving American maritime dominance, taking us from where we've been to where the president envisions America going. Also, I'm here with Paul Anderson, who is the CEO and president of this port. Both of them will speak after me, and then we'll be happy to take any of the questions that you may have for us. But it is great to be here at the Port of Tampa. I just finished a great tour of the port and saw firsthand the big and beautiful projects happening right here in Tampa, learning about how diversified your port is. All the opportunity this port has in store for it with a little more vision, a little more investment, but also how important the port is to Tampa, how important it is to Florida, and how important it is to the United States of America. So it's clear that Florida, your economy is booming, and people can't get here fast enough. Maybe a little more blue states are coming down. Everyone loves a little bit of freedom, and Florida offers that freedom to Americans, which is why they gravitate here. And so to accommodate that growth, we need the right infrastructure in place for families and businesses to thrive. When you have as large of growth as Florida has had, it creates unique challenges, not just for your communities, but for the state, but also for us in transportation, because what used to work maybe 10 years ago doesn't work as well today just because of the substantial growth that you've had. And so the Trump administration understands this, which is why we are investing in Florida. You've heard the president talk about restoring America's maritime dominance. This revitalization begins with our ports, where the Trump administration has delivered nearly $800 million to modernize this vital infrastructure across our country. Great nations have to build great ships, and not just military ships. We have to build commercial vessels as well. So earlier this year, this spring, many of you may have reported that the Port of Tampa, Pier 300, received $400 million for its container terminal, $24 million. Next is our shipyards. Thanks to President Trump, we received a 300% increase in funding for a small shipyard program. We're delivering $35.1 million nationwide at the speed of Trump to get these shipyards the equipment they need to make the vital investments that are necessary. And so right here in Tampa, Gulf Marine Repair will receive $1 million. It's going to double the size of their welder training program. Welders are important in shipbuilding. Install permanent utility lines for compressed air, water, and welding gas. They're going to purchase new heavy equipment, including forklifts. We're proud to deliver real dollars to hardworking Americans to keep our nation moving. And keeping America moving also means providing reliable transportation options, especially here in Florida, where more than 1 million people rely on ferries each day in Tampa. So later this week, I'm going to give you guys a little front run, a little sneak peek at what's coming. We have a big announcement about ferry investments nationwide. But because I'm in Tampa and the announcement hasn't gone out, I'm going to share it with all of you. So we are going to, in Tampa's very own Pinellas Suncoast Transit Authority, they're going to receive $16.5 million to build a new 249-passenger ferry vessel. This new service will connect two of Tampa's largest economic hubs in the Tampa Bay area, from downtown St. Petersburg to downtown Tampa. Again, $16.5 million is going to be announced later this week for your community. It's a huge win for commuters and local tourism alike. These are the kind of common sense investments that this administration is making. We don't believe in the ideological investments. We believe in investing in core infrastructure, whether it's in your ports, in your airports, in your roads and bridges. We want to move people and products as efficiently and effectively as possible. And so the ideology of the last administration is gone. Core investments are here today that are going to affect your community in real time. We are receiving our maritime industry expanding travel options for families and building stronger communities in Tampa. So again, I want to thank you for having us. We've had some great conversations. Paul and Steve and I did earlier. Paul has big plans for your port. And we plan on working together to see if we can make those plans come to fruition. Again, because you are well situated. You are well positioned in Tampa for the investments that we think we need to make to continue to make sure that America dominates the world. And that includes building ships in this great country. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to our Maritime Administrator, Steve Carmel. After that, he'll turn it over to Paul, and then after, we'll take your questions. Steve?
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. It's awesome to be here with the great people of Tampa and this wonderful port. It was great to be able to see firsthand where the investments in this port in furtherance of the president's agenda are going. Tampa is a critical port. I believe about 9.5 million barrels net of petroleum products flow through this port in 2025, making it not only a critical part of maritime dominance, but a critical part of the energy dominance agenda as well. The Pier 300 lengthening that Secretary Duffy mentioned is really, really important to this port's entrance into a real hub as a container network. A little bit extra investment in dredging and an air draft issue on a bridge, and this would be a competitive port next to Houston any day of the week. And then I understand that you're looking at increasing your cruise ship terminal as well. And so lots of great activity going on here. Diversification is a big thing, but Tampa is already a critical part of the president's maritime dominance agenda, as well as the energy dominance agenda. And from there, I'll turn it over to my friend Paul Anderson.
That news conference earlier today in Tampa. I want to get you live right now to Las Vegas, and we'll listen in as opening statements get underway in the trial of Keefe D, who is charged with murder in the death of Tupac.
After the fight, Tupac, along with Suge Knight, Trayvon Lane, and other people that were with that group, ran into a person named Orlando Anderson. And Orlando Anderson is the defendant's nephew. And when they encountered Orlando Anderson sitting by himself, they attacked him. And that attack was captured on video. Then, a few hours later, Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight drive down Flamingo Road to Club 662, where Tupac is scheduled to perform a concert. Then 2.5 hours later, after Tupac and Suge engaged in the beating of Orlando Anderson, they are gunned down. Tupac is gunned down in a drive-by shooting from a white Cadillac in an act of revenge. During those 2.5 hours, you will learn that the defendant was escalating and planning the retribution for the beating of his beloved nephew. Now, let's be clear. Dwayne Davis did not pull the trigger. But what he did do was plan the retaliation for the beating of his nephew. You will learn that Dwayne Davis got the gun. You will learn that he got into a white Cadillac. You will learn when the opportunity presented itself for retribution, Dwayne Davis made sure that the shooters were armed and ready to execute their revenge. And remarkably, you will learn that from Dwayne Davis himself. But to understand what happened on September 7th, 1996, on the streets of Las Vegas, we need to go about 275 miles west to the city of Compton, California. What you'll learn is that Compton is about 10 square miles. But in the mid-1990s, those 10 square miles were occupied by over 30 gangs claiming its territory. And important to this case, there are two gangs, Mob Piru and the Southside Compton groups. Let's talk a little bit about the Mob Piru. The Mob Piru is a group that associated with the color red. And you'll hear that Suge Knight, the person who was driving Tupac Shakur that night, grew up in the neighborhood of Mob Piru. But by the mid-1990s, he had become a very successful CEO of the record label Death Row Records. But despite, or maybe because where he came from, you'll hear that Suge Knight continued to employ Mob Piru gang members as part of Death Row. They would act as unofficial security, and other times they would engage in, let's call them other acts on behalf of Suge Knight. But Death Row in the mid-1990s was one of the most successful record labels around. They had artists such as Snoop Dogg, Dr. Dre, and of course, Tupac Shakur. And in 1996, Tupac Shakur was maybe the largest and biggest, most successful rapper around. He had just released All Eyes on Me, a double album that was met with huge success. Additionally, Tupac Shakur was a movie star, having appeared in a number of movies in critically acclaimed roles. He has at times been referred to as an icon. But for the purposes of this case, what you need to know is that Tupac Shakur was not a gangster. He was a hip-hop artist associated with the Mob Piru. Now, the other gang that's important to know here is the Southside Compton Crips. And when it comes to Southside, Dwayne Keefe D. Davis was the leader of the Burris Street faction of the Southside Compton Crips. And while Suge Knight rose to prominence in his neighborhood due to the money that he was bringing in through the music industry, Dwayne Davis rose to prominence in his neighborhood because he was a very successful, large-scale drug trafficker. And you will learn that that is how one moves up in the world of gangs, by bringing in money to the neighborhood. The other thing you'll learn is that Orlando Baby Lane Anderson was his nephew and also a highly respected member of the Southside Compton Crips. Now, as part of this case, you're going to hear another name, Eric Zip Martin. Now, Eric Zip Martin is not a member of the Southside Compton Crips. In fact, he's based out of New York. He's involved in the drug trade and knows Dwayne Davis as a result of both their involvements in the drug trade. Dwayne Davis from the West Coast, Eric Zip Martin from the East Coast. And one of the connections that Dwayne Davis gets through his association with Zip Martin is with Sean Puffy Combs, who was then the CEO of Bad Boy Entertainment. Sean Combs wanted some security when he came out to the West Coast. He was worried about Mob Piru. He was worried about the members of Death Row Records. And so Dwayne Keefe D. Davis agreed to be around to act as unofficial security for Sean Combs and his artists when they came out west, in order specifically to ensure there are no problems with Mob Piru and Death Row Records. And this took a rivalry between Mob Piru and Southside Compton Crips and escalated it. And those tensions boiled over in the Lakewood Mall in the summer of 1996. There, you'll hear that Trayvon Lane, a member of the Mob Piru associated with Death Row Records, was there with other members of Mob Piru in order to do some shopping. Lakewood Mall was a mall nearby Compton. You'll also hear that Baby Lane Anderson, Orlando Anderson, the defendant's nephew, was there. Now, Trayvon Lane that day was wearing a chain with a Death Row medallion. And there was a fight that occurs between the Mob Piru group and the Southside Compton Crips. And at one point, that chain is pulled off Trayvon Lane's neck. Now, what happened to that chain is an issue of much dispute. Not everybody agrees with it. But the act of disrespect of pulling the Death Row chain and the brawl that occurs further escalates this heated rivalry. And what you'll learn is that these two men, Trayvon Lane and Orlando Baby Lane Anderson, they encounter each other again, this time in Las Vegas. So that brings us back up to September 7th, 1996, here in Las Vegas. Again, Mike Tyson is fighting Bruce Seldon. He disposes of him in less than a round. Doesn't take a full round. And then after the fight, Tupac Shakur, Suge Knight, and the people that are here with, they leave. And among his group is Trayvon Lane. And that is why this fight occurs. Trayvon Lane and the death row group sees Orlando Anderson standing by himself, and they decide to attack him in retribution for what happened at the Lakewood Mall. You'll see Orlando Anderson's on the bottom of that group. You see security coming, trying to break this up. And then you'll see Tupac Shakur, Suge Knight, Trayvon Lane, and that group exit the MGM Grand. Now, Orlando Anderson was by himself because when Dwayne Davis purchased the tickets for the Bruce Seldon fight, he got them through a scalper. So everybody that came with Dwayne Davis were seated separately throughout the fight. And so Orlando Anderson was, at that time, by himself. You'll see that Mr. Shakur, Mr. Knight, and his group leave the MGM Grand. And you'll see that Orlando Anderson, after being held by security, is questioned for a bit, asked if he wants to press charges. He decides he doesn't want to participate in any type of prosecution and that he doesn't need medical attention. Dwayne Davis hears about this beating. And what you will hear is that in his world, there is no question that a response is required. And you will hear from Dwayne Davis what happens next. Because what happened over the next 2.5 hours is something Dwayne Davis would later describe himself in a secret 2008 interview from his attorney's office with the federal task force. And we'll talk about that interview and the circumstances surrounding that later. But we'll hear about what the next 2.5 hours was. So, what we learn is that Dwayne Davis is upset about the beating of his nephew. And frankly, that's not an unusual response. What's unusual is the next steps Dwayne Davis takes. Unusual for the normal person, maybe not unusual for in-gang culture. Dwayne Davis decides he is going to organize a retaliation, that this beating cannot go unanswered. Then he runs into a person named Zip Martin. Remember the Zip Martin that was a connection with Bad Boy Entertainment from New York? And Zip Martin tells him that he has a gun and that he can come help him out.
Hey, where do you go to? What do you tell Zip right then? You tell Zip, hey, we're going to go handle this shit or whatever?
Yeah, like, if y'all want us to come, like, you know what them motherfuckers that they was they gonna get 662 club.
Who's that?
Everybody. Yeah, everybody. You know,
how do you know that Zip's got a gun? Did she tell you?
It was in a lobby, in the lobby. I got one.
Did you ask her? Do you have one, or just tells you, hey, I got one?
Yeah, that's when they asked, do we need some help? I said, Jimmy, like, yeah, okay, cool.
I don't know what he gave you.
Yeah.
So later, Dwayne Davis organizes 2 vehicles to go over to the 662 Club. Before that, he gets the gun from Zip Martin. He goes out to his Mercedes-Benz, gets the gun from Zip Martin, and then after some time, he assembles 2 cars to go to 662 to violently confront Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight for the beating of his nephew. And you'll hear that Dwayne Davis wasn't initially in the white Cadillac. He goes into a van, and Orlando Baby Lane Anderson, they go in a white Cadillac, and they go to Club 662, waiting for Tupac Shakur, waiting for Suge Knight, waiting for this violent confrontation. And what you'll learn is that Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight don't show up while they're there.
We went out to 626 they didn't show up. We waited about 15, 20 minutes, they didn't show up. So they're like, let's go get some liquor. We stopped at the liquor store. I got out the van and they had to jump in the Cadillac.
So what you hear Dwayne Davis say is he got out of the van and goes into the Cadillac. And the plan at that point is to go to a liquor store, get some booze, and then go back to the Las Vegas Strip and party. What the original intention was before Orlando Anderson was beaten at the MGM Grand. But on the way back to the Las Vegas Strip, they see a caravan of cars. And that caravan included Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight. And in that white Cadillac, before the shooting occurs, Dwayne Davis explains that the driver is Terrence T. Brown. In the rear driver's side is DeAndre Dre, or Big Dre Smith. In the rear passenger side is Orlando Baby Lane Anderson. And Dwayne Davis himself, KVD, is in the front passenger side. And this is how Dwayne Davis explains the murder of Tupac Shakur.
Yeah. People little butcher stores right there. Then we came up Harlem at the Las Vegas Boulevard. And shit. Here they come that BMW like Jay Carter. And bros, Tupac. We like, there you go. Made the U-turn. We wasn't supposed to make it. Just one of the U-turn. They was in the middle lane. We just pulled up on the side, checked every car to see where they was.
So what directed your attention to him was some girls shouting at Tupac?
Tupac! He gave his son away. Otherwise, they would got away. He all had that quick. You know how he do.
You did a U-turn, so then you pull alongside of it. You got it in the car. Have you already handed him the gun at this point, or at what point do you hand him the gun?
I thought he was going to go on my side. You know, that's one of them that going to out for him. You know, he pulled on his side.
So you were fitting to blast if you had to, or you were just?
Yeah, we would have been on my side. I would have.
Okay. So you hand the gun to the back seat.
Yeah.
You can hear bang.
I gave it to Dre. Dre was like, no. And Lane's like, dude, fuck, dude.
So what you hear Dwayne Davis admit, that as they see Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight driving to Club 662, Dwayne Davis, along with Terrence Brown, DeAndre Smith, and Orlando Anderson, decide to make a U-turn, confront Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight. Dwayne Davis had the firearm. It's a firearm he got from Eric Von Zit Martin, and then he passes it to the back. Dwayne Davis says that if they were on his side, if Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight were on his side of the vehicle, he would have shot them himself. But because they were on the other side, he handed it to DeAndre Smith. DeAndre Smith, according to Dwayne Davis, did not want to shoot at that time, so Orlando Anderson shot into that car. Dwayne Davis explains this over and over again.
On the street.
Okay, Lane starts blasting. You say Suge looks over, he sees you. He looks right at you.
Yeah.
Are you nervous?
You've been listening in live in Las Vegas, Nevada. Opening statements underway in the Tupac murder trial. You saw some of and have been hearing and seeing some of the evidence that prosecutors are playing in that courtroom right now in Las Vegas, Nevada, as the trial gets underway. If you want to keep watching more from this trial right now, scan that QR code that you see on your screen. That'll take you to Live Now from Fox. They have more coverage of this right now, and we'll be continuing to listening in to some of these opening statements in this courtroom right now. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we've got much more to get to. Going to be talking about a number of other local stories and topics as well. So keep it right here. Fox 35's Hayden Wiggs is going to be taking over for a little bit here on the live stream, and we'll be right back with more Fox 35 News Plus on the other side of this break.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back to Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Hayden Wiggs. Thank you so much for joining us. D23, the biennial Disney Company Expo, where they announce everything that's upcoming for them, from entertainment to theme park updates, just wrapped up in Anaheim. And we got a lot of information about things that are coming to parks all over the world, but especially right here in Orlando. Lots of new rides, brand new expansions in Magic Kingdom. Lots to cover. Just to give you a quick recap, if you didn't watch the live stream or follow every update on Twitter like I did, there's lots coming to Magic Kingdom. We have the Villains Land coming up soon. It's going to be this brand new expansion just behind Big Thunder Mountain that finally, after years of fans asking, brings the dark magic of villains to the Magic Kingdom. And you can see here a lot of really great updates. It looks very spooky and interesting. Rumor has it there's going to be a Maleficent roller coaster here in Villains Land, as well as a couple of other attractions. Cruella de Vil, Jafar, a couple other characters are going to be making their Magic Kingdom debut here. Even roaming characters are rumored to be coming. So a lot of great and interesting stuff there. One other thing that is pretty interesting to note here, this is the first kind of dark foray for Disney. Some think it's to match up with the Dark Universe expansion there at Epic Universe. So there might be some new darker and scarier offerings coming to Magic Kingdom, which is pretty exciting. We also have some things coming up in Frontierland that's going to be Cars Land. Two brand new rides that Disney says are going to be operating even in the rain. We have Ridge Run Rally coming to Cars Land, where guests can board these cars from the Cars universe and take a little trip around Frontierland, see some interesting geological formations there in Piston Peak, the national park that is from the Cars Land. A couple other attractions there. There's going to be a walking trail, some water features, lots of fun stuff for anyone that's a fan of those Cars movies. I know that one thing that I'm excited for are the expansions in Epcot. We got a lot of really cool information about things, especially one that I'm particularly excited for, as it's one of my favorite rides, a Spaceship Earth refurb. Now, there's not a lot of details that came out about this. The video they showed at the expo was pretty short, but fans have been waiting for this refurb that was promised before the COVID-19 pandemic did shut down the parks, put that refurb on hold, but it sounds like it is finally going to happen. Again, we don't know too much about what's happening to Spaceship Earth, but it should be pretty interesting. Now, another thing that fans are really excited for, a lot of speculation was surrounding this attraction. It's a Figment refurb. Fans of the 1980s original Journey into Imagination will finally get to say hello again to Dreamfinder, who did join Figment in that original attraction. So if you're a big fan of that original storyline, this refurb is for you. Again, there's not too many details about this. It was the last thing announced at the expo. We don't have an opening date for that attraction refurb just yet, but some are speculating it'll be after the other upgrades and expansions that we did talk about. Now, let's move over to Hollywood Studios. Eyes have been on the Muppets Land Courtyard, former Muppets Courtyard area, where Monstropolis will be taking center stage at the Globe Theater. You'll get to see Sully and Mike and all of your favorite characters from these movies live in living color. They're going to be there. And joining us now, we're going to have a Disney expert. We're going to have Danielle Kelly. She is a Disney influencer that knows a few things and actually went to D23 herself, so she will have some interesting information to share with us in just a moment. So going over after Monsters, Inc., we do have in Disney's Animal Kingdom some fan favorite requests finally happening. That's going to be the Yeti at Expedition Everest, finally getting a refurb. It's going to be back in A mode. It's going to be super duper exciting. So joining us here now, we do have Danielle. Danielle, thank you so much for being here with us. We are really, really excited to talk about these upcoming things to Disney here. So thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me.
So my first question, you did attend D23. How was that experience for you? It's a huge expo, lots of things being introduced. Was it overwhelming? Was it fun?
Personally, for me, it is just a meeting of all the friends, a combination of seeing the West Coasters and the East Coasters, and just the overall love for Disney in one location. So for me, it's just seeing old friends. But yes, for most, if you're not used to this environment, it is a little overwhelming.
It can be. Now, let's talk Orlando parks. I know I'm personally very excited. We'll start with Magic Kingdom. I think a lot of fans are really excited what's coming.
Yeah.
Villains Land. Can you tell us a little bit about what they shared at D23?
What's most exciting is we finally have confirmation of the attractions that are planned for the land itself. Everybody wanted a roller coaster, and now we know what the other e-ticket attraction is. But we aren't exactly sure if it truly is a water-based attraction or a type of attraction where it simulates being in a boat or in water. So we'll get more information, but most of these plans are still going to be at least, I would guesstimate, another 5 years out. So we are still in the early planning stages. The land has been cleared, but no vertical construction has been started on this side of property yet. So we're still a little ways out for this.
I know that the concept art looks incredible. It looks really dark and spooky. And as a fan of these villains, especially Maleficent, I know I am so excited for this potential Maleficent roller coaster. That's what I'm really excited for.
The concept art of the idea of escaping through the ruins of the castle kind of does a little bit of drawbacks to the original designs for Beastly Kingdom and Animal Kingdom. So that'll be very interesting to see what nods they took from previous, what was supposed to be attractions.
And I think that's a really interesting point that you bring up. And we'll get to Animal Kingdom in a second. Before we wrap up Magic Kingdom, let's talk Cars Land. We got a lot of information about Piston Peak National Park, all the rides that are coming. Could you give us a little bit more information about that expansion?
This expansion was one that I was the most worried about. I am a big fan of the original Frontierland area and the Rivers of America. But after seeing the concept art in the Imagineering booth at the D23 Expo, I'm a little more hopeful now. The displays, the land building, this whole display of this canyon and these geysers, I think will be a great addition to Frontierland over in Magic Kingdom. We see the track layout. We're going to have some water return back to the land. It's going to be a lot of fun. I'm very excited about this one.
I'm particularly excited that they're keeping like the geological aspects that'll look really good with Big Thunder Mountain in the background, all the water features. I'm super excited for this land. Now, Epcot. Spaceship Earth refurb that was promised to us before the pandemic seems like it might be finally happening.
It does seem that way. So originally when the announcement was made back in 2020, well, pre-pandemic time, it was supposed to be sponsored by another company, and that sponsorship has fallen through. I think Disney finally exhausted all of its partnership deals, and they said, you know what, we're going to take back control of Spaceship Earth, and they're going to give her a little bit of love and TLC that she's definitely been needing for the past couple of years.
Now, another attraction that many fans on Twitter especially have been saying needs a little bit of love, Figment. Dreamfinder is making his return. What are your thoughts on that?
We will see what happens, and as I like to say, I will believe it when I see it. According to the Disney Parks blog, after this announcement was made, if you even go on there now, it is literally one line, no photos, just a rainbow emoji, and just giving us a little bit of hope and leaving it to our imagination, as they would say, to be able to decide what is coming soon. This kind of announcement, Epcot in the rotation of plans of what's going to happen, we still got to get Hollywood Studios open. We still got to get Animal Kingdom opened before any more work to Epcot happens. I don't think we will see Dreamfinder and Figment return, maybe even for another 5 to 10 years.
Well, and that construction at Hollywood Studios with Monstropolis is ongoing, and they're saying that's going to be open by 2027. We have a lot of information coming about that. Harryhausen's, you can finally eat at that famous sushi restaurant, but the coaster isn't opening with the land.
I'm honestly not surprised by this. There is a lot of testing and adjusting that's going to have to happen with this type of roller coaster. This is the first of its kind for Walt Disney World property. But the restaurants that were announced, like Harryhausen's, are just going to be retrofitted into the areas that already pre-existed when it was Muppet Courtyard. So the kitchens exist, the backstaging areas for these already exist. They're just changing the facades and changing the menus so you can go ahead and let guests be immersed into Monstropolis to get ready for the ride.
And I know that fans of Pizza Rizzo were probably really glad to hear that their famous rat pizza isn't truly going away. It's just being retrofitted for monsters. Now, we talked a little bit about Animal Kingdom, but there is a lot coming to this park. Tropical Americas, Indiana Jones, Encanto. Tell me a little bit about those. I mean, the Encanto ride looks pretty amazing and technologically impressive.
It does. This was something else we were really debating. We thought this was going to be a water-based attraction. It seems to be a trackless ride system, which we are very, very excited for. The movie Encanto is already beautiful. It is beautiful animation. I can't wait to see what they do inside this attraction to bring this to life and really immerse us into the story and to bring us into the casita. For Indiana Jones, we now know the grandeur and the scale of this serpent animatronic that's going to be placed into the attraction. So exciting to have this information and the beauty of the carousel and the detail that's going into that as well. Tropical Americas is going to be a great addition to Animal Kingdom.
I loved seeing all of the models for the carousel animals. They're so detailed, and they said they even worked with Animal Kingdom's Animal Sciences program to make sure that every single one was accurate to the animal in real life, which I love those kinds of details, and I'm sure that you do too, and so do many other Disney fans. Now I have one question for you, Danielle. How excited are you about the Yeti coming back to A-mode?
Personally, I actually do not ride Expedition Everest. I can tell you all the history about it, but going up the mountain is a little too scary even for me. However, for my Expedition Everest fans and friends, I know you are so excited about this. And yes, now I will say this is something that this was announced. However, it was basically just one line that was also given to us and still exists over on the Disney Parks blog for this announcement. So we do not have a timeline. For Animal Kingdom and for Expedition Everest, I do believe that these changes are going to happen, but not for another 5 years, because that is when the track will be removed and replaced, just like how they did it with Big Thunder Mountain here this past year. And then that's when they will be fixing the Yeti at that same time frame, because he's attached to that mountain. They're going to have to do some serious TLC and removal to be able to get him up and running.
I remember that being kind of one of the issues there when Joe Rohde, who invented the attraction, was talking about all the different logistical things, keeping them from fixing the Yeti. But it's very interesting that it could finally be happening.
Oh, for sure. Technology has advanced so much since then. The main thing is that technology and the power of the Yeti was just too much. He was too heavy. He was shaking the infrastructure. And now with this new technology, maybe it'll be lighter weight, but still have that same power.
Now, my last question for you, Danielle, of everything that you've seen at this panel, what are you most excited for? This can be anything: cruise line, Disney World, Disneyland. What was your favorite thing?
Personally, for me, I think it's actually the Indiana Jones attraction over in Walt Disney World coming to Animal Kingdom. I just rode it last night over here in Disneyland, their version, and it just gets me so excited. I love the Indy franchise. I can't wait for us to have it on our coast.
It looks amazing. I think it is a worthy successor to Dinosaur, which I was sad to lose, but everything we've been hearing about this ride, it sounds amazing.
Yes, beautiful detail, great tie-in to Mayan storytelling and lore. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Well, Danielle, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate it. Lots of exciting things. So glad we could recap them with you.
Thank you so much for having me.
All right, everyone, we're going to take a quick break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we will be right back with you.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back to Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Hayden Wiggs. Thank you so much for joining us. As we look ahead to tomorrow's primary election, AI data centers have become a pretty hot topic on both sides as candidates have voiced either their opposition or maybe they're in favor of these AI data centers coming to Florida. And for some voters, this is a key issue upon which they cast their vote. And, you know, there's a lot of concerns about these data centers from voters, such as rising energy costs being put on consumers' shoulders, noise pollution, air pollution, and a pretty big one, AI data centers' usage of local water supply. And a recent report from the Bipartisan Policy Center, which is a DC-based think tank that promotes cross-party collaboration to create long-term federal policies, lists key considerations for data center development, many of which relate to those aforementioned issues. So joining us here today, we have from that organization, we have David R. Hill, the EVP of the Bipartisan Policy Center Energy Program. Mr. Hill, thank you so much for joining us here today. So I have a few questions for you about this report and kind of how it relates to our voters here in Florida as we experience an AI data center kind of explosion as developers look to Central Florida to put their facilities here. So my first question for you is, the report from the BPC warns that explosive data center growth risks pushing massive grid infrastructure costs onto everyday households. And from your perspective, what specific safeguards, if any, must utilities enforce to guarantee that local residents aren't stuck subsidizing those tech companies' power bills?
Well, first of all, thank you very much for having me today. As you mentioned, the Bipartisan Policy Center in Washington recently put out a report at the end of July having to do with key considerations for data center development. I think it's just a situation where building data center capability and American computing capability is a really important bipartisan priority. But of course, as you mentioned, there's bipartisan concern and a lot of community concern. The main thing that needs to be done, and we go through this in our report in terms of asking a number of different questions and raising a bunch of different issues, is a lot of tough questions have to be asked, and they have to be answered. The questions have to be answered. And key to all of this is transparency and communication with the local community.
And so as communities across the country are pushing back on kind of the environmental and noise impacts of vast banks of diesel backup generators, which were mentioned specifically in that report, what kind of advice would you give to developers to urge them to transition to cleaner, even quieter backup alternatives?
Yes, I mean, this is it's a matter of what it is that can work in a local community and for the particular data center itself. There are different technologies that can be used that have different capabilities and have different uses. It's just something that is a matter to be worked out in each local community and with the developer and what is important in that particular location.
So kind of going back to the things discussed in that report, which suggests that using data centers as flexible assets that can dial back power during peak demand, is that a realistic operational expectation for these data centers, or is it purely theoretical?
So I think it's realistic. This is actually an issue that a lot of attention is being focused on, and that things are developing pretty rapidly in terms of the ability of data centers to be able to ramp their loads and their power usage in different ways and with different technologies. This is just something where the technology and the information is being developed very rapidly. So I think that data center flexibility is something that definitely every data center and local community should focus some real attention on.
And again, kind of going back to what these communities are focusing on, one of those big things is water supply usage. And it's because cooling these massive hubs requires an enormous amount of water and power. And so what standards do you believe developers should be held to regarding water use efficiency and closed loop cooling systems?
So water use is one of the really interesting issues, and we talk about this in our report. In some cases, cooling of data centers it's a matter of the less water you use, the more power you may use. Of course, it also depends on the particular technology and the particular scope of the individual data center. But there are some cases, there may be some situations where the best way to cool the data center is with water as opposed to using more power. Again, it's just a matter of what the local community has and what the resources are where the particular facility is being developed.
And in regards to our local community here, I mentioned earlier that Central Florida is seeing a lot of eyes on it from AI data center developers who are looking to put new facilities here. And some worry that that kind of goes against what our local community and government are trying to do in terms of sustainability and conservation. Yes. Specifically, the Orlando Utilities Commission did recently commit to net zero emissions by 2050. Do you think that building these data centers in this same area where something like that is trying to happen, would it push back on that initiative? Would it help it? Make no effect at all, in your opinion?
There's no question that the addition of large loads can make meeting zero emission or low emission objectives more challenging. Again, it's a matter of technology and cost and also load flexibility. So it's whether or not the ultimate policy goal of net zero or lower emissions, or in exactly which lower emission level for greenhouse gases or other pollutants can be met is a matter of whether or not the particular project is scoped in the right way and whether or not the right technology is deployed. Again, it's something where it's not a matter of a firm yes or no, particularly if we're talking about a 2040 or 2050 commitment, but it is a matter of a real challenge that has to be addressed and with planning and thinking about it right now.
And Florida itself is a very unique place. We have very unique weather, very intense heat waves, severe hurricane seasons. And from your vantage point, can data centers and their on-site microgrids, can they be integrated to enhance local grid resilience in light of those major weather events?
So this is something that actually has to be planned and taken care of really in the beginning in terms of how the facility is planned and built. I do think that that presents a particular challenge for a data center, and whether or not the data center, the particular data center, its backup generation, the different capability it has, both the ramp in terms of its consumption as well as what energy is produced there on site, can be used to help the reliability of the local grid and help other consumers. It's just a matter of the design of the particular facility. But you have to actually think about it on the front end. It's not something that automatically happens.
And now my final question for you regarding AI data centers. I think even the bipartisan policy committee has realized this is a cross-party issue. What about it do you think makes it so controversial, yeses, nos on both sides of that political line?
Well, I appreciate the question because one of the reasons we took this project on is because there's bipartisan support for ensuring that America maintains its leadership when it comes to computing. And at the same time, it's crystal clear that there's bipartisan and broad concern about the impacts of data centers in local communities and their impacts on local communities. I think it is something where and the reason why we put transparency and communication at the very top of our list of considerations, this is something where we really believe there's a lot of room for improvement all across the board in terms of communication, transparency as to what's happening. Community trust is in the end, it's not just a box to be checked. It's a vital and important consideration and really a requirement for the successful development of a project.
David R. Hill, EVP of the Bipartisan Policy Center Energy Program, we thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much for having me today. It's been a pleasure to be with you.
We're about to take a quick break here on Fox 35 Plus, but first, I want to get you to a poll here. We talked a lot about Disney news coming to our Orlando parks, but we want to know, which announcement are you most excited for? You can scan that QR code right there or visit fox35orlando.com/vote. Cast your vote. Let us know I think I'm most excited for the Yeti fix. We talked a little bit here in the studio. Some people are really excited about Monstropolis, Villains Land. Honestly, all of them have votes from us here. So go ahead, scan that QR code. We're going to leave it up for a second here. Oh, already getting some votes in. I see some Monstropolis fans have joined the vote here. But we'll leave this up for you. Let us know what you think, and we'll be right back. Welcome back to Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Hayden Wiggs. Thank you so much for joining us. Coming up soon, we're going to be hearing from President Trump. They're currently gathering right outside the Oval Office to speak and have an event there at the Oval Office. But first, we're going to take you back into that trial there, the Tupac trial, where Keefe D is on trial for an alleged role in Tupac's murder. So we will listen in to that right now.
That's his role. And what you're going to learn is Detective Mogg received a copy of what's called the Death Row Chronicles in 2018. It's not a deposition. It's not testimony under oath. It's edited and it's done for educational purposes. He receives a copy of it. You know what happens when he receives that copy of the interviews that the state has basically shown you in this case? No charges filed. Why? So, Keefe writes a book, allegedly. Right? Allegedly, he writes this book called Comfort Legend in 2019. You know what happened with the book? Right? Even he confesses to it. What you find is no charges filed. What is going on? District Attorney's Office doesn't want to charge the case. No charges filed. When the interview happens, no charges are filed. When the book is written, what is going on? 5 years goes by, and nothing is going on with the case. But Detective Mogg says he's closing it out. Detective Mogg turns around and applies for what's called a search warrant. Now, what a search warrant is is that in July of 2023, around that time period, a search warrant requires a police officer to get permission from a judge to basically violate the sanctity and privacy of your home. Right? There's got to be legal reasons for it. He's got to go through that process, and he's got to ask permission from a judge in order for him to get that. And what he does in that search warrant application is he assures the judge, hey, what we are looking for is in the home. The thing that's going to help us solve this crime, who killed Tupac, is in the home. And he signs an affidavit, and that's important. I want you to remember this. He signs an affidavit attesting to what he's saying to this judge to be true and correct. What he says is, I think we have evidence in Keefe B's home that will solve the murder of Tupac. So up until this point, they've got all these statements, they can't be corroborated. So now they're saying, we have evidence in this home that we think probably is in the home. And as a result, we're going to find this evidence. It's going to help us solve this case. What I'm going to tell you right now is they don't find it. And in the meantime, Detective Mogg retires. He now becomes Mr. Mogg. And Mr. Mogg goes to the grand jury. And in the grand jury, it's a secret proceeding. We're not there. The defense, isn't sitting like we are here. It's just the prosecutors. There's a panel of people called the grand jurors, and you have people come up and they testify under oath. And there's really no way for the defense to challenge any of it because it's done in secret. We don't really know about it. But in this particular case, Mr. Mogg is sworn to testify truthfully. And you know what Mr. Mogg does? He just reads pages of the book into the record. He doesn't do any more in terms of an investigation than read pages of a book into the record. He never documents in any of his efforts any verification of the book before he reads it into the record. He walks up, gets on the stand, and reads the book as if it's the gospel truth. And that's what he does. He treats that book like it's fact. Now, what you're going to find out about Mr. Mogg is that he never wrote a report. So when he took over the case in 2017, all the way up until when he retired in 2023 and was in front of the grand jury, he never wrote a report. Not one time. Not like Detective Becker and not like Detective Long. And not like any other police officer who does their job. This man never writes a report. In fact, what happens is he transitions, right? He's Metro detective, he retires, and then he gets a job working as an independent contractor for the district attorney's office as an investigator. And as an investigator, he doesn't have any police power. He continues to work as a lead detective on this case. Even though the procedure is you hand your file and your officer's report to the next detective in line. That's how this works. But he keeps the file for himself and he starts billing against the file after he retires as a detective at Metro. Because now he's an independent contractor. That's important to know. Why is that important? Because what the evidence is going to show you is that he backloaded his work. And when he finally writes a report, it's not an officer's report, it's an investigative report that spans from 2018 to current, and we just received it about 5 weeks ago. The importance of capturing everything you do, the accuracy that you would need to be able to be in court on a murder case, not some type of, college paper that you forgot to do and then the last second just put something together and, get it out the door. Mr. Mogg does not do any of that. That's going to be important later for you to consider. Because according to that report that he submitted 5 weeks ago or so, he never verified the book. According to that report, he never investigated any of the alternate theories that were out there, and you're going to hear about those alternate theories. There are people who have developed over time answers to the question, who did this and why? He never looked into any of it. Which I think, At the end of the day, don't you want to see what's out there to help you do your investigation? And according to his work, his report, he did more on the case after he became an investigator than he did before when he was a detective. What I'm going to tell you right now is what you're going to find when you listen to all the evidence, that his work was biased, sloppy, and incomplete. Those are the three things you're going to determine for Mr. Mock. Now, because of the fact that in terms of the evidence itself, he doesn't have much, the state's going to lean pretty heavily on their witnesses. And I'm going to give you a sampling of the type of people you're going to run across in this trial based upon their witness list in this case. First person is this guy named Reggie Wright Jr. He's the, remember, the security company for death row records. And what he is a felon. Second of all, you're also going to find that he's a former Compton police officer. He worked for Compton PD for about 5 years, and apparently he got disabled. At some point, he becomes a felon. You're going to learn about that. And his father, like I said before earlier, Reggie Wright Sr. was the head of the Compton PD gang unit. What you're also going to learn about Reggie is that, once again, he was supposed to be protecting Suge Knight. Where was he the night of the shooting? In addition to that, he orders his security team to not carry firearms the night of the shooting, before the shooting took place. What you're also going to learn is he wasn't even around when the shooting occurred. So the principal, meaning the person he should have been protecting the most, would have been Suge Knight, the head of Death Row Records. This man was nowhere to be found. He was sitting at a club called 662 down the street, waiting for Suge to show up, while he left his people that were working for him unarmed in the vehicles behind Suge Knight. And when push comes to shove, he orders his people to lie to the police during their investigation. That's going to be called by them. That guy's going to be called by them. In addition to that, when everything was said and done, Suge Knight went to prison because he was not supposed to be in a fight in Las Vegas. He violates his release. Guess who takes over Death Row Records? Reggie Wright Jr.
And again, that was the defense speaking in the Tupac murder trial. It does look like that press conference there in the Oval Office with President Trump is just getting started. So we're going to take you live to that here right now.
Well, thank you very much. And this is a great story. And it's an honor to be with Ryder Williams, who is a 16-year-old lifeguard, California, the Santa Cruz area. And I understand he was a winner right from the time they first saw him as a lifeguard. A lot of training, a lot of work. And he saved this young gentleman who I had a long talk with. I said, would you have made it without him? And he said, not really, right? Not really, it was trouble. So you're gonna have a long and beautiful life. And I just thought we were all watching, everybody watched, and got a lot of publicity because of the ferocity of the waves. I've never seen waves, I mean, that was sort of violent. We were just discussing, and at certain times of the year, mostly like right around now, the waves get very rough in that area, and they're swirling, and if you don't know what you're doing, it's gonna be tough, or if you're small, if you're young. So I just want to congratulate Nathaniel Ray for coming through an ordeal. And that means you're going to have good luck in life. You know, that's called good luck. I want to say hello to your father, and you came along for we invited them to the Oval Office and to the White House. After this, if you'd like, we're going to have them brought up to the Lincoln bedroom, where you see the room of Abraham Lincoln. That's pretty good, right? And also your sister. It's really nice. We have some of the people that Nathaniel and that work so much on the whole process with Nathaniel, and were with Ryder right from the beginning. And I guess you learned from these people. They taught you how to do what you do so well, Ryder, right?
Yes, sir. They trained me.
And Nathaniel's very happy about that, Ryder, I have to tell you. Shane Williams, the father of Ryder. Thank you very much, Shane. You did a good job.
Thank you. you.
I see you. You're in one of my favorite uniforms.
Yes, sir.
I'm a big fan of that.
Thank you.
You couldn't be happier, right?
I couldn't be more proud.
When you saw that on television.
Yes.
It was incredible, actually. Shannon Williams, that's the mom. So you did a good job. It's good genetics. When you look at him, you can see really good. Summit Ray, that's the father. Thanks again, Summit. Appreciate it. Layla Ray, sister of Nathaniel. Thank you, honey. Aaron Bonin, Santa Cruz lifeguard who assisted Ryder, and he became quite famous also. That was a good assist. He helped you a lot, right?
Yes,
He helped you a lot. Thank you very much. Great job. Fantastic. Alex Luscutoff, Chief of Law Enforcement and Emergency Service in Santa Cruz. Thank you. Great job you guys are doing.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Justin McHenry, Assistant Chief of Aquatics and Lifeguard Operations, Santa Cruz. Good job.
Thank
Were
you.
you responsible for the training?
Yes, I help oversee and guide the training for our lifeguard program.
And for a lot of the lifeguards, right?
We train about 200 lifeguards a year.
Right.
Yep.
At that age, too.
Starting at 16.
Starting at 16. That's a lot. I read that that's a lot to do for a 16-year-old. That's not easy.
It's a huge responsibility. It requires a lot of.
That he did it so well, right?
Requires a lot of integrity and resilience, and I think this particular rescue that Ryder performed really exemplifies what we're looking for in a state park lifeguard.
And you couldn't let go for an instant. If you let go for one instant, it'd be very hard to find, right?
Oh, absolutely. In those conditions, losing a victim would be disastrous.
Yeah, really amazing. You have no idea the respect. Joel, where's Joel? State Park Superintendent, lifeguard, Santa Cruz. Joel, thank you very much. That's dinner hour, right?
Correct.
Good job, Joel. And Mike McAnamy, State Park Superintendent, Santa Cruz.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Well, we're honored to have all of you. And again, what you did was incredible, and everybody saw it. And you'd watch it over and over. I know when I first saw it, I said, roll that back. I want to see that again. Is that really happening? And both of you people have to be very proud. The whole group is proud. And your father is the happiest man in the world, you know that? Because I asked him a question. I said, so if that didn't happen, your life would be ruined. And you said, it would be a whole different life, right?
Absolutely.
Amazing.
No question. It's
Yeah.
incredible what Ryder did. I'm just beyond grateful to him and Aaron and the rest of the team, and even the Good Samaritans that were there. I mean, it's just such a privilege to be sitting next to him today.
Yeah.
Be able to celebrate his birthday tomorrow.
And I'll bet you'll stay a little bit related to this group of people. Because you
Absolutely.
realize what a fantastic job they did.
We're a great
Probably, you know, it's interesting because they're saying that you have in that area so many different saves. You're saying that night you help somebody out. Maybe not to that extent, but you help somebody out. But maybe lifeguards don't get the credit they deserve. This really showed how important it is, and certain areas. So certain areas of the country, you could say, are just very susceptible to people getting in trouble, right? And was this one of the worst on the state, on that entire coast? I mean, do you have other areas? Because that looks like a very dangerous place, the way
Yeah.
those waves, on a beautiful day, right?
The characteristics on that given day made it a little more difficult. You know, it was a warm day, so there's lots of folks on the beach recreating, and then combine it with that large surf and the strong currents that we have in the area made it treacherous. But California's coastline is very diverse, and we have very remote and rugged sections of coastline that our lifeguards work on every day.
Do you have areas where you don't have lifeguards that are very dangerous and people innocently go swimming and they don't have a chance, probably, right?
There certainly are unguarded areas within the state and around the nation, and you know, people getting in without the knowledge or ability to recreate in those waters can be extremely dangerous.
And you have a lot of that. Is this one of the more dangerous areas, the swirl?
I would say it's during the summer months. It's one of our more dangerous summer beaches. Yes.
Yeah, it looked amazing, and it didn't stop. You know, the water came in and just keep coming in. It was, and it looked like you were almost on shore, but you weren't really on shore.
It's deceptive.
It was a fantastic thing. Do you have any questions?
Mr. President, thank you so much, Mr. President, and congratulations on being honored here, Mr.
Let's
Williams.
keep the questions for them just for this, and then we can ask a couple later. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. So thank you for doing this. First
Good,
of all, what do you hope young Americans in our country take away from this incredible young man's
That's
story?
a great question. I mean, look, they're going to look up to Ryder. They're going to look up to Nathaniel, the way Nathaniel handled it. He was cool considering the problems I was watching. You were very cool, and they're going to gain respect. I think, very importantly, they're going to gain respect for what these people do, having to do with lifeguards and having to do with safety. This was an unbelievable experience. Anybody watching, it's not my world, but I respect that world. I always had, but never maybe so much as I do now. So I thought you bring, to your profession, to what you do and what you do so well, you brought tremendous grace and experience, really tremendous grace, tremendous a feeling that it's so amazing to see this happen, to see it before your eyes. And I don't think any other, I've seen surfs, I've seen rescues before, I've never seen anything quite like this. It's been a great thing for your profession, and people are going to respect it even more, respect you even more. So I just thought it was really a very worthwhile event to have it at the Oval Office. So congratulations.
Mr. President.
Okay, so I actually have a question. If you don't mind, can I have a question for the young gentleman as
Go
well?
ahead, sure.
So first of all, a lot of people are very inspired by what you did. Can you tell us what was going through your mind at those dangerous moments, and what would you like to do in the future? How has this experience as a lifeguard shaped you?
In those dangerous moments that we have, we always try to fall back on our training. We are trained so well, like many, to handle that situation as best we can. So I really was thinking about how to get the boy out of the water as fast as I can. And for shaping my future, I want to be a firefighter in the future. Hopefully go through paramedic school. And
You're off to a good start. We'll give them recommendations. We may have some good recommendations. Go ahead.
Can I, sir? First of all, thank you. You are an inspiration for all of us, I think, and especially you give us hope for your generation. And along those lines, do you have a message for your generation about service and what you're doing?
I hope that everybody can take away from this and try to help more people. Try to look out for everybody around you, and just try to help everybody out as much as you can.
What's the average age of a lifeguard in your area?
I'd say a lot of this last year, a lot of them were 16 to 17 years old.
And you have some that make it a profession, right?
Yes, sir.
A lot. So do you have 35, 40, 45-year-old?
Yes,
That's
sir.
great. And they lead a beautiful life on the surf, right?
Yes, sir.
And they would rather do nothing else,
Yes, sir.
right? That's very good. I think it's great.
Mr. President, on a different topic. Yesterday,
Well,
John.
wait, let's finish on this topic. This is very exciting to me. It's so exciting to see something like this happen. He's a real hero. When you see that, I don't know if I'd do it. I wouldn't probably. You're lucky I wasn't. You're lucky I wasn't on service that day. I don't know. But no, he's a real hero. It's an amazing thing. And he's a real lucky guy, too. God was watching you, right?
Yeah.
Great. Go ahead, please.
Mr. President, I do have a question about Iran, but I would like to ask you something about the rescue as well. Following this, there's been a push in Congress to officially affirm that open water lifeguards should be recognized as first responders. That would apparently really open up access to benefits, more federal programs. Would you support that?
Well, I think they have gone a long way to get that done. Something most people don't talk about. We have a lot of other things we talk about. And first time I've ever heard the question, but this is something that's been going on, I guess. Is that right? I'd like to put my weight behind it. So let's take a look at it. Very important.
Yeah, and on
I like the idea. Why do you ask that question? I mean, is this something that's been discussed very
Members
much?
of Congress have been talking about it in the wake of
Well, I think in the wake of what happened here, there's a possibility something like that would happen.
And Mr. President, your memorandum of understanding with Iran expires today. Are you any closer to reaching a final deal on ending Iran's nuclear program today than you were 60 days ago?
Let's finish up with Ryder, and then when we're done, we'll answer a couple of those questions. Yeah?
Thank you, Mr. President, again. So for the young man, for those who trained in here, so as a parent, I'm very concerned when I see moments like those. What's your message to parents across the country who want to really improve their children's safety, especially when they're younger like this?
Well, I think you have to be going to the right beach, number one, and I think you have to have lifeguards around, right? Because you could go to that water. It looked so beautiful the day. It was such a beautiful day, everything nice. The water didn't look that bad, and then all of a sudden you see these violent waves come in. That's what amazed me so much. I studied it. I said, this is incredible. I've never seen that kind of roughness in water. I've seen tragic things happen, but I've never seen water that looks so calm, and then every 15 seconds, the violence comes back in. I think really you probably have areas, I'll bet you have areas that you think should have, as you call them, guards, that don't have. Can you imagine having more guards along the coast, parts of the coast, that aren't guarded where people die?
Yeah, certainly. The National Water Safety Action Plan and the California State Action Plan both call for more supervision. And by supervision,
do we lose a lot of people due to lack of, covering an area?
It can be challenging in some of those spots because of the economy to live there. It's expensive. It's a coastal beach community, and there's $1 million homes on the beach, and our lifeguards are making a little more than minimum wage, but it can be challenging to live in those spaces, so it's hard to retain employees in those areas.
As the lifeguards grow older and they want to make that a profession, which is a noble profession, they make much higher salaries, right?
Yeah. Yes, if they become
they make a good living.
If they become a full-time lifeguard, which in our department requires you to become a peace officer.
I see, okay. Well, that helps for that other question.
It does. That's a livable wage, and they can become members of the community and live where they're working and give back.
So will you be doing it? You helped so much with Ryder. Will you be doing it as a profession, or will you be doing other things later?
So I'm actually a full-time firefighter paramedic with a fire department in California, and I've stayed on the books with state parks because I owe this program a lot, and it's done a lot for me.
Oh, that's good.
I love being here, helping train people like Ryder, so I plan on staying around for a long time.
That's good. Good job. That's fantastic. Yeah, please.
Are you Policy question, Mr. President?
Go ahead.
There's a lot of debate right now about these license plate scanners that are going up across the country. They're called flop cameras. People are worried that the police might misuse them. Have you heard of them?
Yep.
What's your stance?
Well, it's being studied right now. You have pros and cons, right? It's being studied right now. We'll have an answer sort of as to our views on it over the next couple of weeks.
Mr. President, yesterday John Ossoff said you'd rather travel with your aide, Natalie Harp, and build the ballroom than do your job as president. What is your response, John Ossoff?
You mean Pee Wee Herman? Pee Wee Herman lookalike? No, I would much rather do other things. We're building a great facility here. We're fixing a White House that hasn't been taken care of. You can look at this. This room was a disgraceful situation, the Oval Office, and it was let go. The whole building, the White House, was let go. The exteriors were falling apart. The columns were falling apart. The whole place was a mess. In addition, they've been trying to get a ballroom for the last 150 years. And when I said I was going to build a ballroom, the military yesterday could see me. And they say, sir, we have an opportunity to go down deep into the ground and build a military facility to go to the White House and to go with all of Washington, D.C., which would be so valuable. And then they came up with the drone port on top, which would be a major drone port to protect the White House and all of D.C. And all of those things added up, and it became much more than just a ballroom. And I said to myself, wow, what an opportunity. I mean, if I was just going to build a ballroom, I could have had it built very quickly, because I build very well and very quickly. We went 5 stories down into the ground. We did a lot of tremendous things for the military, things that they could never get. They said, this is an opportunity that we have because you're building the ballroom, that if you would be willing to spend more time, we would love to be able. We've been trying to do this at the White House for many, many years, and they've been trying to have a ballroom at the White House for many, many years. Now, what happened is we used to use tents, and the tents are usually made of either plastic, a plastic material, or canvas. And they wouldn't stop a .22 caliber. They wouldn't stop anything in terms of safety. It'd be very dangerous. And they haven't used a tent for years. They haven't had any big, like we have President Xi coming on September 24th or so. I think it's September 24th. And we'd love to have 2,000 people coming to dinner and celebrating a nice evening, et cetera, but we only have a room that's going to hold 89 people, and 89 people is not appropriate. So Maybe more importantly, it's totally secure with bulletproof windows, bulletproof sides. It's drone-proof. It's missile every at the top of the line, and we need it. And especially with what's happened, unfortunately, to the world, you could say. Yeah.
So do you believe the ballroom was a big part of your presidency?
This morning you said you would bomb the S out of Oman if they got in the way of reopening the Strait of Hormuz. Would you say you're out of patience with Oman as strategic
No,
partners?
I don't think they behave very well, but we'd handle them very easily, just like we do others.
Just based on your answer on the ballroom, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I have actually two questions. There was a report by Center Square that nearly 24 Democratic attorney generals, months before your reelection, were basically planning already lawsuits against you, and wanted to see what your comment is on that. Second question.
Well, I heard about that. I'm not surprised because they've weaponized this country like never before. The Democrats, or the Democrats as they call them, they've weaponized the country like nobody's ever seen anything like it. When you see the reports that are coming out now, that you would have never seen if I had not won the election in a landslide. But you would have never seen it if I didn't win the election. But the reports that you see coming out now and the kind of illegal activity that they used on the 2020 election and beyond is earth-shattering. These are very dishonest people, so I wouldn't be surprised to hear that.
Mr. President, based on your answer, Mr. President.
Sorry, this is on D.C. You have mentioned before if the Democrats get in again, that they may eliminate the filibuster next time and make D.C. a state. A while back, Senator Michael had floated an idea.
It wouldn't be a state. It wouldn't be. I mean, if we're talking about us, we have, as you know, a very radically left person elected mayor, who I haven't met. I'm sure she's very nice, but very, very, very radical left. And we would have to federalize D.C. You know, we've made D.C. great. When I got here, it was a very dangerous capital. I would have said to Ryder, don't come, it's too dangerous. Now I can say you can walk down the street, you can grab Nathaniel and all your friends, you can walk in, you're going to be very safe. But if you were here a year and a half ago, the numbers were horrible. The crime stats, the murders, the death, the drug dealing, everything was we have one of the safest, we've taken it from one of the most unsafe cities in the country to as safe a city as there is. Amazing what's happened to Washington, and it's our capital. We have to have a safe capital. And we did it through a lot of different reasons, but we also put the National Guard here. But in addition to that, the cleanliness, the new grass, the graffiti's all gone. We fixed up 82 monuments, fountains, and other things. The places, and when you see it in 6 months from now, it's going to be even beyond that. We're proud of our capital. I think these things are important. Whether you build, whether you do something to fix the White House where, you know, now they've never had a real estate developer, a good one, a real good one here before, and they might not ever have one again. But, you know, fixing up our great capital is a very important thing. I think it's very important psychologically. It's very important from the standpoint of people being able to come to the country and not get murdered in the capital. People would come here. We had one of the worst, one of the most unsafe cities in the country. Now we have one of the safest. Just to finish, we had a real problem with restaurants. Nobody wanted to have restaurants, entrepreneurs, restaurant entrepreneurs. Now you can't get space. Every restaurant is packed. The place is booming. People aren't going to get mugged and raped and beat to hell and shot and killed in Washington, D.C. One of the safest places. Crime is down 84%. And I did that in a short period of time. It's also down in Memphis, where we went specifically, and it's also down in New Orleans.
Why are they torching the guy?
Oh, actually, I just saw him. He is not hitting that at all.
Okay. No.
Oh my God. Yeah, yeah.
There are other parts that were better. Okay, have a great weekend. We'll see you Monday.
Well, good afternoon to you. Welcome into Florida Live. We are listening in as President Trump speaks live in the Oval Office right now. He is taking some questions after honoring a lifeguard for saving someone's life in Santa Cruz Beach. Now taking questions on a number of topics. So we are going to go ahead and listen back in live. Thanks for joining us this afternoon.
How do you know he hasn't responded?
Has he?
Yeah, yes.
Did you speak to him? Did you speak to him before you made the announcement yesterday?
I'm very positive. Well, just so you understand with South Korea, look, South Korea has been protected by us for many, many years. And during my first term, they agreed to pay close to $3 billion a year for protection because we don't, they essentially weren't paying. And I asked them to do that at my request. I said, none of it. They weren't happy about it, but they agreed. I asked for $10 billion, and they were very unhappy. But we agreed for a short term that it would be $3 billion, and next year it would go up, and the next year it would go up, so they start paying for their protection. When the election was rigged and I ended up watching for 4 years and then coming back, I watched Biden rescind that $3 billion a year for whatever reason. When I called recently the president of South Korea, who I like, I think he's very nice actually, but I called him, I said, would you like to give us a little hand? We don't need help with Iran, but if you'd like, give us a hand with Iran. He said, no thanks. And I said, wait a minute, we have 39,000 soldiers over there guarding you from Kim Jong-un, your next door neighbor, and you're not going to help us on a very easy military operation in Iran? That's strange. No, we'd rather not get involved. I say, well, why are we involved in helping you? So, and I want to help them, but when you ask somebody, would you like to give us a hand, and they say, no thanks, and then we're guarding them from a country and paying ourselves billions of dollars. It's costing us billions and billions of dollars to protect not only them, but other countries. Look at NATO. We spend hundreds of billions of dollars protecting Europe from Russia. Hundreds of billions, mostly from Russia, but from other things too. And then they say, well, they don't want to get involved with guarding the strait where they get most of their oil. They get 50% of their oil, and they don't want to get involved. Why are we doing it? So all I want is fairness. And South Korea, I get along with them very well, but they were paying $3 billion a year, and then they convinced Biden that I was probably a bad person and they shouldn't, and he immediately rescinded that order. So we were getting paid. We would have been getting paid a lot more, but we can't go around and protect all of these countries, especially when they're not there to help us.
On the expiration of the memorandum of understanding, are you any closer today to reaching a final deal to end Iran's nuclear program?
Well, they want to make a deal, but they're not going to make the kind of a deal that I feel is necessary. Look, we're in there for one reason. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. You understand that? Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon, and they won't have a nuclear weapon. And right now, them building one after what we did previously with the B-2 bombers, it's going to be a long time behalf. But Iran cannot have. It's very simple. They can't have a nuclear weapon.
Mr. President, on South Korea.
How do you respond to folks who say that you are prioritizing the interests of adversaries in North Korea over our longtime partners by scaling back the military exercises?
No, I'm making it much safer. You see, I'm actually making it much safer. Kim Jong-un has always treated me with great respect, and we met on numerous occasions, actually, 2 primary occasions, spoken and spent time. I understand him, he understands me. You're doing war games. I get along with him. He didn't like Biden, he didn't like Obama, he didn't like anybody. But I get along with him very well. No, what I'm doing is making things safer.
Did he ask you specifically to scale back on those?
Quiet. You're very disrespectful in front of this young man. Okay? Don't you find her disrespectful? He understands. Quiet. Who are you with?
I'm with CNN.
Fake news.
I just wanted to follow up on the South Korea question.
You're a loud, boisterous person. You're fake news.
I was trying to find out if you had been talking to Kim Jong-un, if he had asked you to scale back on those military exercises.
Mr. President, is there enough food on the USS Lincoln?
Yeah, it is. That was a CNN fake report. The Lincoln has been out there for a period of time, good period of time. But over the years, we've had them out there much longer. I was at a group meeting, and an admiral came up to see me over the weekend. And it was at a big group, and he happened to be an admiral retired. He said, I've been on ships that are out there much longer than that, sir. And I know people on the Lincoln, they say it's beautifully maintained and beautifully taken care of. And other people went out and they found out to be true. It was fake news reporting from CNN.
Mr. President.
There's a report that a senior intelligence official with the CCP just bought a historical building overlooking the White House. Have you heard about this?
No, I haven't heard.
Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President.
Yeah, go ahead. Beyond you.
Okay.
The British Prime Minister recently reportedly sent text to someone impersonating Susie Wiles. Are you concerned about his judgment or the state of communications between the two countries?
No, but who happened? What happened? They sent text?
Apparently the Prime Minister sent text to somebody impersonating Susie Wiles.
No, I'm sure that he had a miscommunication.
Mr. President.
He's the Prime Minister.
Mr. President.
I spoke to him. We had a good conversation, a couple of them. We had a good conversation. One of the things he is going to do, I think he's going to open up the North Sea. That'll make UK pretty rich, I'll tell you. If he opened up the North Sea, now he's got an immigration problem and he has an energy problem. He would have solved one of his problems. That would be a big thing. That would make UK rich. If you open up the North Sea, it's one of the great finds anywhere in the world. And if they would open up the North Sea, UK would be rich again.
Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President. Have the people.
Don't you find them nice? Huh? Nice people, right? Look at him. He's saying,
We're not all
saying, where do people like this come from?
We're not all
Your son is saying, where do people like this come from? Go ahead.
The people who are opposing,
Especially her.
the people who are opposing the ballroom and challenging it, have they offered any sort of solution or sort of compromise, or do they just say there should be a hole there?
The people that are opposing the ballroom are people that, in my opinion, are very disloyal to our country, very, very disloyal to our country. And I think we're doing very well. We're way ahead of schedule. We're under budget. It's going to be the most beautiful ballroom of its kind. You know, when I was in China, we went to the Great Hall of China. It was this big, beautiful building, and we don't have anything like that. And we have to have that. It's very important. But we also are getting tremendous military protection, drone protection. The building is drone-proof. It's missile-proof as much as something can be missile-proof. It's totally bulletproof. Any bullet, nothing can go through the windows. We have, all top-of-the-line stuff. It's very safe. And the one thing, it's not for me, because I'm going to be here a very short period of time when it's finished. If it finishes right on time, on budget, on time, I'll be there for 4, 5, 6 months. This is for future presidents. This isn't for me. This is for future presidents. And it's a gift. We're making a gift to our country, spending hundreds of millions of dollars to build a ballroom. And it's a gift from great patriots of this country. From, as an example, I'll give you names. I released some of the names. In fact, I wanted to put them out today, but we got a little busy. And this was, frankly, being with this group of people was very important to me. But we'll be putting them out, some of the people that contributed. But this is a gift to the United States of America. No taxpayer money is necessary. And you can have the finest ballroom anywhere in the world. It's not something I wanted to do, but it's something that's needed. And again, I'm not going to get to use it very much, because by the time it's completed, I'll have 4 or 5 months left, 3 months, who knows. But we're ahead of schedule. It's going to be the best of it in the world, of its kind in the world. There'll be nothing like it in the world. It fits beautifully with the White House. It's gotten fantastic reviews, architectural reviews. People think it's incredible. And when you see it, you'll say, wow, that's really something. And that's what the United States is all about. We have to have that. But in addition to the ballroom, we're building a great military complex. The people that started the lawsuit, the head person, I believe, was fired. And she was fired from another event just before that. And she's the one that started it. It's the National Trust, but the National Trust for Historic Preservation. Now, they say it's a United States. They use the word United States, but it's not related to the United States. In fact, the United States doesn't even contribute to it. It has nothing to do with it. It stopped contributing when they realized there were nothing but troublemakers. Years ago, it stopped contributing. So this isn't like an official United States bureau, a United States agency. They stopped contributing to the National Trust. And it's called the National Trust. It has this great name, National Trust for Historic Preservation. There are a bunch of troublemakers that the United States, many years ago, long before me, stopped contributing to. The woman that started it was fired. She's no longer there. So this is the remnants of it. And the bottom line is they're trying to stop something, and they won't be successful, but they're trying to stop something that's almost completed. When they brought a suit, why didn't they bring the suit a year before? Why did they bring the suit in the middle of construction when $400 million almost is spent on its construction? Why wouldn't they have started the suit a year early? Everybody knew it was going to be. It was no secret. Everybody knew that it was taking place. So they should have done that. But the National Trust is very disloyal to the country because they reveal things. You know, I said the problem with the suit, I told them this, is that we have many military things in this ballroom. And ideally, they shouldn't be revealed. But now they are revealed, so the world knows about it. That's okay. They shouldn't have done it. They're very disloyal. But I think we're doing really well. We're way ahead of schedule. And many presidents are going to use it for many years to come. The country will have one of the greatest gifts it's ever received.
Mr. President, on the ballroom.
Last week you said that you would soon declare the Strait of Hormuz to be a territory of the United States. Could you elaborate?
Well, I just think it's a great idea. Yeah, I mean, we control it. We control it with the blockade. We have a blockade. We control it with the blockade. And I like the idea of declaring it a territory.
When might you do that?
We have total control over the strait. Now, they can be a nuisance. They can put a mine in the water, and people don't like having mines hit their billion-dollar ships, et cetera. But the blockade has been very effective. And, we're taking out, and now maybe that will stop, or maybe it'll open up even further, but we're taking out millions of barrels of oil a week. If you look at the kind of numbers that we're doing, the strait is open. And the oil prices are coming down, and they will continue to come down unless we decide to do something far more drastic than we're doing. Iran is in big trouble. They have 300% inflation. The country's a mess, and the military is totally defeated. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, are you seeking an extension to the MOU?
Thank you.
Mr. President, are you seeking an extension on the MOU?
On your press secretary. Thank you so much, guys.
President Trump ramping up there at that event in the Oval Office, was taking some questions from reporters as well, talked about a number of topics: Iran, South Korea, the ballroom as well. That was an event. If you were not with us on Fox 35 News Plus in the 1 o'clock hour, President Trump was meeting with that lifeguard to honor him for saving someone's life at the beach. Well, we are just getting started here on Florida Live. If you are joining us live on Fox Local, YouTube, Facebook, or Fox 35 TV, still have a lot to go here, a lot to cover over the next 45 minutes. So we're going to take a quick break right now here on Florida Live, but we will be right back with more in just a couple of minutes. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon. It's time now for our Tampa Connection, where we take a look at some of the big stories in the Bay Area. For that, we go to Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, joining us live now from the Fox 13 Tampa Bay newsroom. And Nancy, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Garrett. We're going to begin in Brandon, where a street takeover led to the arrest of 16 people over the weekend. Florida Highway Patrol says this happened on East Columbus Drive in a private parking lot, and they're saying that there was more than a dozen vehicles involved and that drivers were performing dangerous stunts like burnouts and donuts while blocking the parking lot. FHP's aviation unit tracked several cars as drivers tried to take off when troopers arrived. Law enforcement managed to block the complex exits, stopping multiple vehicles before they could escape. Now, 13 adults were charged for unlawful racing during a coordinated street takeover, and some suspects may actually face additional charges. Troopers said one suspect picked up another fleeing driver while trying to escape and was hit with resisting an officer. Another suspect was charged with driving with a suspended license and probation violations, while another driver was charged with DUI. Troopers say 27-year-old Enrique Serrano Aquino of Largo tries to squeeze past a stopped patrol car, crashing into the front of the trooper's vehicle. He and his passenger, Guario Nelly's Arroyo Ramirez, ran into a nearby warehouse before being caught. Serrano Aquino is facing charges including aggravated battery with a deadly weapon, fleeing to elude, and possession of marijuana. Arroyo Ramirez faces charges for resisting and participating in the takeover. A juvenile driver was also arrested after reversing into another vehicle to escape troopers. The Florida Highway Patrol executed a pit maneuver to stop the SUV. Now, that juvenile faces felony criminal mischief, fleeing, as well as street takeover charges. All 16 suspects were booked into the Hillsborough County Jail. Garrett?
Nancy, those street takeovers can be scary. Seeing the videos from them?
Yes. Yes, they can be very scary. And again, this happened just after midnight on Saturday. So it's late at night. We're told that they were blocking a parking lot and they were performing dangerous stunts. They were doing donuts and burnouts in this parking lot. So it's definitely something that can be very dangerous.
All right. Also in the Bay Area, I know you guys are following a trial closely in connection with an old cold case.
Yes, this is the trial of Jeffrey Crum. He is accused of kidnapping, sexually assaulting, and murdering Jennifer Odom when she was 12 years old in 1993. Jennifer Odom disappeared on February 19th, 1993 after stepping off her school bus in northeastern Pasco County. She only had about 200 yards to walk from that school bus stop to her home. Her body was found 6 days later along horse riding trails off of Powell Road in Hernando County. And 2 years after her disappearance, hunters discovered her missing book bag as well as a clarinet case in a rural area. Investigators spent 3 decades chasing leads, including searching for a blue truck that was spotted in the area where the young girl was last seen. Crum became a primary suspect in 2015 after DNA evidence connected him to a January 1992 attack where a teenager was kidnapped off of a Pasco County school bus and left for dead. That teenager did survive. Now, Crum was already serving 2 life sentences for that crime when a grand jury indicted him for Odom's death. He has a long criminal history dating back to the 1980s, including arrests for armed robbery, carrying a concealed weapon, as well as domestic battery. Key details about the crime still remain unanswered. Authorities have not confirmed how long the kidnapper held Odom captive or the exact time when she was killed, though they do believe that the murder occurred in the field where her body was discovered. Officials have also not disclosed the specific contents of the grand jury proceedings, as those details do remain secret under Florida law. Garrett?
All right, certainly a case that we'll be watching closely to see how that plays out as the trial gets underway. And finally, a lot of professional Santas gathering in the Bay Area.
Yes, nearly 80 Santa Clauses as well as Mrs. Claus. They gathered in Tarpon Springs over the weekend for a sort of Santa's workshop. Now, they gathered from across the country to learn about how to handle photo sessions, how to correctly perform hospital visits, as well as how to handle unique event environments. So a major focus of this workshop centered on teaching these Santas how to navigate difficult questions from children, such as them asking about parents who are serving overseas or loved ones who have passed away. Mrs. Clauses shared techniques for easing hesitant children into photos, while longtime performers emphasized the importance of keeping kids comfortable through both joyful as well as challenging moments. Attendees praised the event for bringing local performers together and focusing on the true meaning of the job, reminding everyone that the real gift is not the present under the tree, but the experience that is shared with the child. Garrett.
All right. Well, I tell you what, I love in the video that we're seeing of all of them gathered up at that workshop, still wearing all their Christmas holiday themed stuff, the ho 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 on their shirts. You see the Santa cup right there. I love that even though it's August, certainly in the holiday spirit.
Yes, all of them are definitely in the holiday spirit this weekend. You're thinking of Christmas. We always hear Christmas in July. So this was kind of a Christmas in August. They are all set to go. The Santa Clauses and Mrs. Claus, they were to be decked out for the holidays so that they could attend this workshop, it's Santa's workshop, and get all the tools that they need for the upcoming holiday season.
Well, Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, we appreciate you joining us with our Tampa Connection.
Thank you.
We are going to take a quick break and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. You should be able to hear me now. Garrett Weimer here with Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist TJ Springer. Joining me live now for our Florida Live forecast. And TJ, coming off of a hot weekend, and this heat is still sticking around.
Yeah, it's just been brutal. I mean, Garrett, last night we were out again. No secret, no surprise at the parks. It was 11 o'clock and it felt like 100 degrees still.
That is crazy.
And I'm like, it's dark. It's been dark for hours now, and it's that bad. And it looks like, I mean, tonight, tomorrow, it's just. This time of the day, it's tough to be doing anything outdoors unless you're sitting in a pool or sitting in a spring or the beach, something.
Well, we were dying yesterday outside. It was so hot, doing some yard work and that kind of stuff. And then at the end of the day, it was dark. It was still hot. And so we were like, okay, we're getting in the pool. It was 8 o'clock at night, 8:30, still dark outside. But, it still felt great out being in the water. Outside the water, no way.
Just terrible.
Terrible.
Good night for a night swim. A good opportunity for a night swim.
but you're saying you've extended the Fox 35 Storm Team Alert Day because we're continuing to see just this oppressive heat.
We are, yeah. I think we'll probably see more heat advisories issued tomorrow. We do have that extreme heat risk for really all of us across Central Florida today, and it looks like that will continue. And with that heat and humidity and a little more upstairs energy in the atmosphere, keeping tabs on a couple storms out there, really nothing around Orlando, but we are seeing these getting closer to at least Orlando proper. We can see a couple of these up closer to Leesburg, Mount Dora, Ashtabula, some lightning there. And then we have another stronger storm that is impacting some of southern Marion County right now, closer to Ocala and Bellevue. That's working southeast, likely in the 15-mile-per-hour realm. Could have some gusty wind, potentially around 40 miles per hour there. You have to get the windshield wipers on. Certainly some heavy rain with all the moisture in the air. But chances for rain not going to be all that high this afternoon into the evening, likely around 30%, but still a couple of stronger storms can't be ruled out. But the heat, that's our big story. This extreme heat risk with feels like temps still around 112, if not higher than that. And we'll likely feel that again on Tuesday. We have heat advisories for essentially all of Florida, excluding some of the Panhandle, the state capital. Most of us under the gun for this oppressive heat in the Sunshine State. And you can see, feels like temps around Central Florida, up around 110 through the evening drive, and even up close to 10, 11 o'clock, still nearly 100. It's going to be a sultry night, right around 80 degrees for our overnight lows. Not much relief past sundown. And tomorrow, we are expecting chances to go up with the rain, but we're still going to have highs warm, hot. So I think that's why we're going to still see those feels like temps potentially at 111 in Orlando. The Villages, Titusville, maybe as hot as 116. That's why we're seeing all of that purple, which is a level 5 out of 5 heat risk for us. And you can see we don't get much relief until really late week as temperatures finally start to get back closer to average. Some good news I have for you, thankfully, in the tropics. We have nothing outlooked over the next 7 days. What is left of Invest 94L kind of working closer to the Antilles right now, the Lesser Antilles. More vigorous wave trying to come off of the west coast of Africa. We'll watch that, but it looks like there's a lot of shear. It's still a lot of shear in that part of the tropics. And Garrett, thankfully, as this potentially, well, it already seems to be historic, but this potentially maybe record-breaking El Nino holds into the latter half of this year. Thankfully, the tropics are continuing. Even though we've had some waves and some chances of development, things don't really seem like they're going to get going, at least over the next week and beyond.
No one's complaining about that.
No, most definitely. We can complain about the heat. At least we don't have to complain about the tropics, which is a huge blessing.
Exactly. You are right about that. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist TJ Springer, we appreciate you joining us with our Florida Live forecast.
Thanks, Garrett. We got to stay cool. We got to beat the heat.
Yeah, exactly. One way or another. Got to figure out a way to make that happen. TJ, thanks. Mm-hmm. Let me give you a live look right now in Plant City. This is Congressman Byron Donalds, who just took the stage on his Defending the Florida Dream Tour. Tomorrow, obviously, primary election day. So it is election eve here in Florida, and candidates going all over the state. It is a busy time for them. That is for sure. Also a busy time for elections officials across the state who are getting ready for the primary tomorrow. They've been dealing with mail-in votes and early voting as well. So a lot on their plate right now. But we are pleased to be joined this afternoon by Alan Hayes, who is the supervisor of elections in Lake County, joining us live now via Zoom. And Alan, we really appreciate you taking the time to chat with us here. I know things have to be busy for you there in the elections office in Lake County.
Yes, indeed, we're busy. But the one good news about tomorrow's forecast is that all of our polling places are air conditioned. So if you're looking for some relief from all that heat, come on in and vote.
Hey, do your civic duty and beat the heat. You can't go wrong with that. So that's great news. And Alan, just to take us kind of behind the curtain here about all the work that y'all have been doing over the past few weeks, and just kind of walk us through what goes on to get ready for the primary election day.
Well, honestly, we don't have enough time on this program to go into great detail, but each of our tabulation machines is programmed for that specific precinct, and you can't, that's part of our security, so that a ballot that's intended for one precinct can't be taken to another precinct and run through the tabulation device. And that brings us to the point that everybody needs to remember: you must vote tomorrow at your assigned precinct location. If you have any doubt about that, you can go to our website and click on Find My Precinct, and that will tell you where your polling place is. If that doesn't work for you, call the office and they can tell you. Same thing would apply to any county in your viewing area. First, go to the website, look for the Find My Precinct button, and that can tell you where you have to vote. During the early voting course, it wasn't that way, but now that we're doing election day, you must vote in your assigned precinct. The other obvious thing, make sure before you leave home, you verify you do have your identification card with your photo and your signature on it, whether it be a driver's license or a passport or anything like that. I got notified this weekend that one lady left her driver's license at work over the weekend, and she and her husband were going to early vote on Saturday, and long story short, he ran back in the house to get her passport and wound up leaving the passport in the freezer. And so when they got to the early voting site, they had to turn around and go back and get the passport out of the freezer before they could vote. But nevertheless, she made it on time. But so tomorrow, the big thing is find your precinct where you're supposed to vote. Make sure you have your identification card with you. You're welcome to take your sample ballot with you to the polling place. You can take it into the polling place and use it as your guide when you're marking your ballot. You may not use your vote by mail ballot, though, as a sample ballot. If you have your vote by mail ballot and it has not been turned in, tomorrow is too late. If you take it to the polling place, they will not be able to run it through the tabulation machine. They will have to give you another ballot. You can exchange that vote by mail ballot for your other ballot and then go ahead and vote. But today is the last day, and even then you have to bring your vote by mail ballot to the elections office. You can't mail it and expect us to get to it. We must have physical possession of all the vote by mail ballots no later than 7 p.m. tomorrow evening. So don't think about mailing it today at all. You must physically bring it in or plan to vote at your precinct tomorrow.
A lot of great information there, Alan. I really appreciate you breaking that down for us, because those are so many things and questions that we know people have, and things that come up quite a bit. I'm curious as well when it comes to, we know some people love taking pictures, love taking selfies when they're voting and kind of posting that. What's the rule on that? Are you allowed to snap a picture inside the voting booth? What do people need to know about that?
There's no photography allowed anywhere in a polling place except if the individual voter wants to take a picture of their particular ballot that's already been marked. They're welcome to take that sitting there in the privacy booth. But don't stand up, don't walk around and think you're going to take a selfie and that sort of stuff. No photography is allowed in any polling place except taking a picture of your ballot. If you want to do a selfie, many voting places have a selfie station outside, and you're certainly welcome and encouraged to take pictures there, post it on your social media, encourage all your friends to come out and vote for sure. But just make sure you don't do any photography, no videoing, no nothing inside that polling place except taking a picture of your ballot.
And also rules in place as well when it comes to campaigning, electioneering. If someone is supporting a candidate, there are some do's and don'ts and things that they would need to keep in mind as they come to the polling places to vote as well.
That's very true. You're allowed to do any of your campaigning and things like that as long as you're 150 feet or more away from from the front door of the polling place. But inside that 150-foot radius, it's a no solicitation zone. The only people that are allowed inside that zone are those who are going to vote. And sometimes, in rare occasions, there are exit polling people that are there doing their exit polling, but there's no other activity allowed inside that 150-foot mark.
All right. And what is the main thing, Alan, you would say you want people to know, you want people to keep in mind as they get ready to go vote tomorrow, wherever they may be, wherever they may live and may be going to vote?
One thing that we want to do is to stress the importance of this election. So many people think, oh, well, it's a primary, I don't need to bother. Please understand there are some very meaningful races on this ballot that will be decided tomorrow. And those people will be elected. So we need as many participants in the voting process as we can. Thus far here in Lake County, combined our vote by mail returns and the early voting, we have fewer than 12% of our voters have come out. So we want to encourage everybody all across the state of Florida. Please, if you're a registered voter, take some time, learn about your candidates, and then go vote tomorrow. Please vote tomorrow.
And we've got a poll up, Alan, so folks can get involved here. Go to fox35orlando.com/vote or scan the QR code on your screen. We're curious how people are making plans for primary election day. Did they vote early in person? Did they send in their ballot? Do they plan on going tomorrow, or are they sitting this one out? And just to follow up on your point there, we do see, Alan, voter turnout in these primaries is often pretty low, especially in a midterm election year when you're not voting for president.
And it's so disappointing, too, because these candidates are just as sincere as the presidential candidates are. And, I mean, we've got the governor's race, we've got the U.S. Senate race, we have the ag commissioner's race, we have the chief financial. The entire Florida cabinet is up for election this time. And then here in Lake County, we have school board race, we have 2 county commissioners on the ballot. Other counties across your viewing area have county commissions and things like that are on their ballots. The mayor of Orange County is on there, and the mayor of Orlando is on there. There are some very significant races on this ballot all across Central Florida, and we need to get people out there. It's a privilege, but it's also a responsibility. There have been many, many thousands of men that have died so that you and I have the privilege and the responsibility of voting. The very least we can do to show our appreciation for their sacrifice is to get out there and make sure we vote and let your voice be heard.
And Alan, this is the primary, so a lot of them are partisan races, and Florida does have closed primaries, so you can only vote in the party for which you are registered. But even NPA voters, those who are not affiliated with parties, in many situations, there are nonpartisan races still on the ballot in their area. So even if you're an NPA voter, you should check, because you might still want to show up tomorrow. You mentioned the Orange County mayor race on the ballot. That is an example of a nonpartisan race.
You're exactly right. And they're just, the school board races are also nonpartisan races. And if I'm not mistaken, I know we have a school board race here in Lake County, and I believe you have school board races there in Orange County too.
Yes.
So yes, even though one might say, well, I'm an independent, I don't need to vote. Yes, there are meaningful races on that ballot for the people that are not affiliated with either the Democrat or Republican parties.
Yeah, so still a lot to vote for, and many races on the ballots for so many folks all across the state. Alan Hayes, Lake County Supervisor of Elections, thank you so much for joining us here on Florida Live and breaking down a lot of helpful information for us.
Well, thanks for helping us get the word out. And remember, go vote. It's your voice and your way of expressing it.
Yeah, certainly important to let your voice be heard. Alan, we appreciate you.
Sure. Thank you.
And as we go to break, going to pop up this poll again here. It looks like we're seeing a tie right now. 38% saying you voted early in person, and that is changing more, saying now voted early in person, but a sizable percentage saying going on Election Day as well. Keep getting those votes in here. Fox35Orlando.com/vote or scan the QR code. That'll get you warmed up for the real thing tomorrow with the primary. We're going to take a quick break right now here on Florida Live, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Our poll question this hour, we were asking you what your primary election voting plan is. 36% of you saying you voted early in person, 36% saying you're going on Election Day, about 16% of you saying you already mailed in your ballot, and 12% say you are sitting this one out. Fox35Orlando.com/vote or scan the QR code that you see on your screen right now. I want to get you to Hillsborough County on this election eve, Plant City, where Congressman Byron Donalds is speaking on this election eve, giving his closing message to voters in this primary campaign, where he's competing against several other Republican candidates on the ballot. We've had the chance to speak to several of them in the past few days. You'll hear from them in just a minute. We're going to go ahead and listen in live for a moment here to Congressman Donalds speaking live right now in Plant City.
And Republicanism again, because that is why people keep coming to Florida. So I'm very clear on this one. The primaries are tomorrow. We're going to get that business done. But then you and I, we are on a mission to keep Florida free and to keep Florida red. Because the Democrats can keep the crazy in California. They can have the nonsense in Chicago. And they can keep Mamdani in New York, but they're never going to have power again in Florida. Are you with me, Plant City? Well, God bless you guys. God bless Florida. And listen, it's hot in August outside in Florida, but that's okay because we are going to remain the best state in all of America. God bless you, Plant City.
Congressman Donalds wrapping up his speech there. Given his closing pitch ahead of the primary election tomorrow. We know a number of folks have already cast their ballots maybe, but a number of campaign events for folks in so many different races heading across the state today. And we have had a busy day of political coverage here on Fox Local, speaking to a number of candidates, including over the past couple of days as well. Earlier today, I had the chance to speak with Republican gubernatorial candidate James Fishback. Over the weekend, Fox 35's Manny Martinez had the chance to speak with Paul Renner. Here's a little bit about what they said in their message in the closing days of this primary gubernatorial campaign. We know your experience before with Incubate Debate, and you've talked a lot about conversations, having conversations with voters, having conversations with people on other sides of the political spectrum, and the importance of civilized debate, and something that in some ways many believe we may have lost. And at the same time, some of your rhetoric, James, has been criticized. Some of your word choices to talk about some of your fellow candidates and things like that. And so I'm curious what you make of the political temperature in this country, and how we can continue to have conversations where we see each other not as necessarily enemies, but as just people who disagree.
That's my childhood growing up in Florida, and that's what I want to get back to, where your neighbor's a Democrat, you're a Republican. You can disagree like heck, but at the end of the day, they come over and watch football with you on Sunday. They come over to your kid's birthday party or your July 4th barbecue. We need to get back to a time where we can actually disagree agreeably. And our campaign, by showing up in every single county, not just the big ones like Orange and Osceola and Broward and Dade, but some of the smaller ones as well, Lafayette, Dixie, Holmes, and Bradford. We have shown that we are the campaign that can sit down and not talk to voters, but talk with voters. That's why I literally gave James at fishback2026.com. And over 2,000 emails from voters. They appreciate someone that they can easily get in touch with. That's the candidate that I've been, and that's the governor that I will be.
So we've seen the attention that your campaign has gotten, the turnout at some of your events. How do you think that translates tomorrow when it comes to election night? We see the results come in 7 o'clock tomorrow. What are you expecting to see when it's all said and done, and we know what happens next?
I think we're going to see a win of 5 to 10 points. We're going to see youth turnout at the highest it's ever been in a Republican primary in Florida. And I think we're going to see people from all walks of life unite behind our campaign, because we are a grassroots campaign. My opponents have plenty of political experience. They will tout that experience. My only question is, you guys have been in office for years. Why haven't you done any of this stuff that you're now talking about? You want to fix insurance? Fix it now. You're in office now. You want to eliminate tolls to give working families a tax break? Do that now. And so remiss if I didn't mention the fact that these guys have been in office. If they had a plan to help Floridians, why haven't they done it already? I'm a business owner. I know what it's like to hire and fire employees, to grow a business through good times and bad. And I'm asking Floridians to give me the opportunity of a lifetime to fight for them and the state that we love.
Mr. Renner, you mentioned that agriculture and the environment kind of got left behind in this campaign. Why do you think that is?
Well, I think, affordability is a day one issue. I will say, first of all, in my contract with Florida at voterenter.com, we speak to protecting our natural resources, and agriculture is a key piece of that. But I think because of affordability, this is the number 1, 2, 3 issue in my mind as I travel the state. And this is a day one priority we're going to get after as soon as I'm inaugurated special session to propose our plan to eliminate homestead property taxes while allowing for savings and replacement taxes for core governmental services, lowering insurance rates 10 to 20%, and also reducing electric rates by reforming how utilities charge for that. These are things that people need right now. People are leaving our state, people on fixed income that can no longer afford to live here. And it's one of the tragedies as I get around the state to campaign and talk to people that people that made their home 30 and 40 years here are contemplating leaving our state. And I'm going to get after that. The governor just a week or two ago said that I would make a really good governor. I think he realizes as he approaches how he's going to vote in this election that we've got somebody in my candidacy that helped build the free state of Florida. And I understand these challenges and how to address them and solve them through legislative action, having led the chamber when I was Speaker.
Yeah, how would you summarize what this campaign has been like, especially now that you're in the last stretch before the primary? How stressful has it been running this campaign?
Well, I don't know if stress is the word. Look, it's high highs and low lows. There's every campaign experiences that, but we have had a tremendous amount of late momentum. People that are looking and saying, I don't know who I'm going to vote for, which is a lot of people are looking and saying, wait a minute, this guy, I've had people say, you're the only one qualified in this race based on 20 years in the military, prosecutor, business owner, speaker. The results we got that the governor said were unprecedented any time in Florida history when I led. And so in our vision, as well as just leadership on things like Amendment 3 and 4, school board races, so when people actually look, and if an informed voter is a renter voter, we just tell people, do your research. The more you research, the more you're going to want me as your governor. And we feel that late-breaking momentum that every campaign wants, and we're feeling that as we approach Tuesday.
So you have now heard from 3 of the 4 Republican candidates for governor, James Fishback, Paul Renner, Byron Donalds. Lieutenant Governor Jay Collins is expected to hold a news conference later this evening, where he is also expected to announce his running mate. No indication of who that might be, but we will certainly stay tuned for that. And we will have much more primary election coverage tomorrow, special coverage here on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. We are getting ready to take our last break here on Florida Live. As we do so, check back in on our poll. Looks like going on Election Day to vote has now pulled ahead. 39% of you say you're going on Election Day. 36% say you voted early in person. 14% saying you mailed in your ballot. We're going to take a quick break here on Florida Live, but we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us. If you're a theme parks fan, you were likely tuned into some of the huge announcements over the weekend from Disney at their D23 event, talking about a number of announcements and so many different aspects of things, but including giving us an indication of some big changes and things that are coming to the parks right here in Central Florida. Fox 35's Hayden Wiggs had the chance to speak with content creator Danielle Kelly earlier today to talk about some of the announcements and the big takeaways from D23.
So my first question, you did attend D23. How was that experience for you? It's a huge expo, lots of things being introduced. Was it overwhelming? Was it fun?
Personally, for me, it is just a meeting of all the friends, a combination of seeing the West Coasters and the East Coasters, and just the overall love for Disney in one location. So for me, it's just seeing old friends. But yes, for most, if you're not used to this environment, it is a little overwhelming.
It can be. Now, let's talk Orlando parks. I know I'm personally very excited. We'll start with Magic Kingdom. I think a lot of fans are really excited what's coming. Yeah. Villains Land. Can you tell us a little bit about what they shared at D23?
What's most exciting is we finally have confirmation of the attractions that are planned for the land itself. Everybody wanted a roller coaster, and now we know what the other e-ticket attraction is. But we aren't exactly sure if it truly is a water-based attraction or a type of attraction where it simulates being in a boat or in water. So we'll get more information, but most of these plans are still going to be at least, I would guesstimate, another 5 years out. So we are still in the early planning stages. The land has been cleared, but no vertical construction has been started on this side of property yet. So we're still a little ways out for this.
I know that the concept art looks incredible. It looks really dark and spooky. And as a fan of these villains, especially Maleficent, I know I am so excited for this potential Maleficent roller coaster. That's what I'm really excited for.
The concept art of the idea of escaping through the ruins of the castle kind of does a little bit of drawbacks to the original designs for Beastly Kingdom and Animal Kingdom. So that'll be very interesting to see what nods they took from previous, what was supposed to be attractions.
And I think that's a really interesting point that you bring up. And we'll get to Animal Kingdom in a second. Before we wrap up Magic Kingdom, let's talk Cars Land. We got a lot of information about Piston Peak National Park, all the rides that are coming. Could you give us a little bit more information about that expansion?
This expansion was one that I was the most worried about. I am a big fan of the original Frontierland area and the Rivers of America. But after seeing the concept art in the Imagineering booth at the D23 Expo, I'm a little more hopeful now. The displays, the land building, this whole display of this canyon and these geysers, I think will be a great addition to Frontierland over in Magic Kingdom. We see the track layout. We're going to have some water return back to the land. It's going to be a lot of fun. I'm very excited about this one.
I'm particularly excited that they're keeping like the geological aspects that'll look really good with Big Thunder Mountain in the background, all the water features. I'm super excited for this land. Now, Epcot. Spaceship Earth refurb that was promised to us before the pandemic. Seems like it might be finally happening.
It does seem that way. So originally when the announcement was made back in 2020, well, pre-pandemic time, it was supposed to be sponsored by another company, and that sponsorship has fallen through. I think Disney finally exhausted all of its partnership deals, and they said, you know what, we're going to take back control of Spaceship Earth, and they're going to give her a little bit of love and TLC that she's definitely been needing for the past couple of years.
So those are just some of the highlights there. Some of the things that were announced. You can watch that full conversation on Fox Local Orlando and also on the Fox 35 Orlando YouTube page. You can find those on there right now. Well, we are out of time here on Florida Live.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back to Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Hayden Wiggs. Thank you so much for joining us. We're going to take you live now to the Jalen Edgar's jury selection here. It looks like it is already getting underway. Let's see if we can listen in here.
Our situation affects your ability to focus on this trial?
Right now, it would, honestly, because I'm the only one who covers I'm the mentor of my team, and with that doctor passing away, it would just, it's just not a good thing. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Just being honest. Yeah.
That's all we ask you to do.
I thank you for taking a moment to reflect on that. You may join your fellow jurors in the hallway, and we'll have some additional information for you in just a moment. Thank you. That's to juror number 10. Motions? Thank you. Indicated a death at her employer will cause her difficulty remaining a fair and impartial juror. The cause challenge is granted and she'll be excused for hardship. As to juror in seat number 14, any motions? Hearing none, juror will be returning this Wednesday at 9 o'clock. Juror in seat number 18, any motions? 18.
I don't see a cause challenge.
Right, that juror will be returning this Wednesday at 9 o'clock. Juror in seat number 27.
At this point, I don't see a cause challenge.
All right, thank you. That juror will return this Wednesday at 9 o'clock. Juror in seat number 34.
I would challenge the cause challenge.
Indicated that the news media reports may impede my objectivity. Juror number 34 is excused for cause. Juror in seat number 35. Any motions?
I would love to say about Jerry, but again, based upon your answer,
Juror in seat number 35 will return on Wednesday at 9 o'clock. Juror in seat number 43.
I agree.
He'll be excused for cause. Juror in, without objection, juror in seat number 47.
I would challenge for cause jurors.
Juror in seat number 47 indicated that honestly, yes, she equivocated several times, but she indicated that she would be affected. That cause challenge is granted. Juror in seat number 49.
Besides the fact he's a new officer, I would challenge that because just based upon the way he was working around.
Thank you. Juror in seat number 49 is excused for cause. All right, I'd like to have jurors, so the returning jurors are jurors number 7, 9, 14, 18, 27, 35. Does that comport with your records, State? Defense? All right. I have it written down for you. These guys. And then I'll take, yeah. Yes.
During section 21, firefighter who had indicated that he could, I think he was going to try to make some phone calls and if they don't follow up with him.
People have people who take restricted. That's one.
All right. I don't think we had circled back to him. All right. Let me get these guys going, and then I'll call in juror number 21. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I'm going to ask that you just simply raise your hand if you hear your juror badge number called. Juror number 7, juror number 9, juror number 10. Nope, not 10, sorry. Juror number 14, juror number 18, juror number 27, and juror number 35. Juror number 35. Thank you. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, for you, jury selection is going to continue. I'm going to ask that you return on Wednesday at 9 o'clock. You can check in downstairs. They'll give you an acknowledgement form for today if you need one. Please do not discuss the facts of the case with anyone. Please do not conduct any independent research. If you happen to be exposed to a media report, please discontinue your attention from that news report and so indicate when we return again. You'll check in downstairs Wednesday at 9 o'clock, and you can hang out down there, and we'll call you up as a group Wednesday at 9 a.m. Thank you for your participation for jury selection to this point, and we'll see you again on Wednesday at 9 a.m. Thank you.
And again, that is going to be the jury selection for the Jalen Edgar trial. He is the man accused of killing 2 people in a shooting Halloween night at a block party in downtown Orlando in 2024. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we will be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back to Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Hayden Wiggs. Just kind of wanted to give you an idea of what we're looking at in kind of regards to the Tupac trial. It looks like they are on a break currently, but we heard opening statements from both the prosecution and defense this morning. This is the trial of former gang leader Dwayne Keffy D. Davis. He is the only person ever criminally charged in connection with Tupac's September 1996 murder. So pretty big trial that we're covering here for you this morning. Whenever they get back in session, we'll be sure to take that for you live right here on Fox 35 News Plus. But in space news, SpaceX just recently celebrated a pretty big milestone, a new record even, with dual Falcon 9 launches, one in Florida, one in California, mere 38 and a half minutes apart. Earlier today, Fox 35's Garrett Weimer got to speak with Ken Kremer, the managing editor of Space Up Close, to kind of get a look into just how historic this launch was.
Thank you. Thanks very much for having me. Yes, I saw one of those launches, sent you guys some pictures. It was actually a launch and a landing. Big crowd at Jetty Park. There you see it. You see the curve going up the east coast of the United States, and then landing 8 minutes later. And then there was a cruise ship that passed right in front of us just moments afterwards. There you see the stage separation between the first and the second stages. There we are with Isaacman. We just met him. I asked him actually about SpaceX on Friday. There again, you can see that cruise ship. This is a long duration shot. So you see the cruise ship leaving. Any of you been on cruise ships, you know the back is kind of like it's shaped. It's not uniform. It's a little different with all the decks, But anyway, that was exciting. There you see Jetty Park Pier, a lot of people. So the other launch was out at Vandenberg in California. And again, and then there's the Starship you're showing now that will be here at some point. I doubt it's here by the end of the year, but maybe by early next year. Really, it all depends. They have so much work to do to get it done. But yeah, so again, between the East and the West Coast, I guess that was a record, 38 minutes. But again, between the East Coast and the West Coast, not two launches here at the Kennedy Space Center and Cape Canaveral Space Force Station.
It's still really evidence that there is a lot going on. You covered it there, talking about some of the other things. SpaceX really has a lot going on. And so what does this, this launch cadence, what does that mean kind of big picture? Why is this something that matters, that we're continuing to see things like this done, some of these envelopes pushed maybe in some ways, and seeing more and more launches in closer proximity in time to one another?
Well, what it means is the pictures, those streak shot images, long duration time lapse, because why? Because they are launching and landing. They're not just launching a rocket. There again, you see the launch is the curve, and then the landing with separate burns, the boost back burn and the landing burn, it actually plummets in between. So they recycle these rockets. And because of that, they don't have to build a new one every time. And so because of that, they can launch more frequently. Usually they land on a drone ship out at sea, 400 miles or so away off the coast of the Carolinas or off the coast of the Bahamas or even further south, depending on the direction. They got a wide range of angles they can launch from here because they're going out of the ocean. Going out over the ocean, I should say. So we're not endangering any populated areas. And then the same thing is in Vandenberg, over on the other coast. They can launch south, they launch over the ocean, and they've got that pad up and running. This used to be their primary pad, but now they've brought Vandenberg online. They recover the rockets on a drone ship that used to be here. They shipped it over there to California, and they can also land on land, just like here. So between the two coasts, you know, they launch every couple of days. They're roughly about 100 launches so far this year, increased pace. Here we have about 50 launches. It might be a little less because now they don't have 2 drone ships, so they have to launch about every 5 days instead of every 2.5 days or so. But, you know, still, what does it mean with all these aerospace companies? It means more jobs, more satellites being built in this area, more components being built in this area. So, you know, that's all really good. They have to, of course, obey all the pollution and environmental regulations because, you know, we got a lot of tourists. Tourists come here for the clean beaches and the clean oceans. So we have to respect the environment and not pollute the area. And everybody has to work together. I worked in industry, in the chemical industry. I know it can be done. And, you know, unfortunately, some of these rocket companies, they want to skip the regulations. They should not. They absolutely should not be allowed to do that. They need to follow the regulations. And then everybody will be happy when they come here because you got kids and adults and families. They want to have a great experience. So they want clean air and they want clean water and they want to see what America does best, launching these rockets, advancing technology. And that's all critical for our economy. So that's what's going on. And then there's the Starship launching in Texas. And why is that important? Well, I asked Isaacman, the NASA administrator, over the weekend. That's important because they're commercial, but what's important for me and for people interested in space, that's going to launch the human lander, okay, to go to the moon. And they're going to do a test flight next year with Artemis 3. And I asked them, this was Friday, is it on schedule? And to launch next year. And he feels extremely confident that it will. So we'll see what happens.
And Ken, I'm going to play that soundbite. We pulled the segment from that news conference where you asked that question of Isaacman.
Excellent.
Artemis 3 a couple times. Can you, Jared, please give us an update? Where do these Pathfinder vehicles stand for Blue Origin and SpaceX now? And do you think that you'll be able to launch next year? And what kind of exhibits for that will you have at the air show? Thank you.
I'm extremely confident that we are going to be able to launch Artemis 3 next year. That's why we stepped into stacking operations. I had a chance to visit with the Blue Origin team earlier, walk the assembly line floor today, looking at components that will make their way into the Blue Origin test lander that we'll be rendezvousing and docking with. And I'll tell you, and I think if you spoke to Blue Origin, they would say the same thing. What we are going to learn from that mission, the amount of risk we're going to be able to bring down in advance of Artemis 4 will be significant. In fact, so much so I think you couple that with the uncrewed landing demonstration, you're going to be very confident about what you're going to be able to achieve in, potentially in 2028. So they're moving very quickly. I tell you, we managed the schedule down to the day collectively. Every single component to the Artemis program, we managed down to the day and down to the hour. So from the enhancements to the SLS vehicle and Centaur, to the Orion readiness on this, to suit development, to our 2 different landers, we are paying very close attention to. And we, as I've said many times, the talent across NASA is driving outcomes alongside our partners. Now, with respect to SpaceX, I think what you're witnessing, you're seeing an increase in launch cadence, and that's critical. If they're able to launch again, in early September after their last launch and continue to track inside of a month, potentially every couple of weeks before the end of the year, we're going to feel very good about their timing to contribute to Artemis 3 next year. They've already started cutting hardware for that test vehicle. We track that every single day, so that's the test lander. So we're feeling very good about that, and I'd say more so, each step along the way that you get better about Artemis 3, you're feeling that much better about Artemis 4 and its timeline in 28.
So it sounds pretty confident in some of the timelines, and also talked about the importance of these increased launch cadences as well. Ken, what'd you make of his answer?
Well, I was really happy to get that because, we haven't got a lot of updates. So that was my opportunity to ask the question. And that made news. A bunch of news outlets followed up on that. He's extremely confident. Well, I'll tell you, I think the rocket will be ready. NASA's rocket, the SLS, the Space Launch System, and Orion, they'll both be ready. The question is, what about those landers and what about those rockets? Both the rockets, the Starship and the New Glenn, we've talked about them. They both face challenges. New Glenn just exploded 2 months ago. They got to get it back on track. Starship hasn't reached orbit yet. Maybe in the next flight, that is their goal, reach orbit. And then they have to get those landers. So I was really happy to get that detailed answer from him. We haven't had that. So that was like the perfect timing. They were announcing an air show, and I really wanted to know the update on Artemis 3 because that's what matters here. And believe me, there are going to be a lot of people coming to see that. And it's critical because the only way we're going to beat China back to the moon is if these rockets and these landers are ready. So the landers are a whole separate issue. With SpaceX, it's just the docking ring they're going to have. They will not have a pressurized cabin, so that's unfortunate. Blue Origin is making more progress. They will have a cabin. The astronauts on Artemis 3 actually will be able to enter a pressurized cabin and then maybe even test out those EVA suits, prototypes that they would use when they walk on the moon. So it was a really good update. Thank you for showing that. And it's amazing. Live Now Fox actually clipped that part. So that was pretty fantastic. So thanks for showing that. But there's a lot of work to do. Okay. We're really still at the beginning. Tremendous amount of work to do on the rockets and the landers. None of it will be easy. So again, I was real happy they're tracking it every day. We didn't know that before. That was something new. Every day they're tracking the critical components down to the hour. The fact that he had visited the Blue Origin facility, just hours before I asked him that question, that was real news right there. So I was really happy to have that chance. And I'm really happy that we can inform the public with this interview. And you playing that tape was excellent. Thank you.
Well, good stuff there, Ken, and some great information coming out of that. Ken Kramer, managing editor of Space Up Close, and also great shots from that launch today. We appreciate you sharing those with us as well.
Lot of people coming to watch those launches, and don't forget about Nancy Grace Roman launching in 2 weeks.
Yep.
A really super powerful telescope that you and I have talked about, and we could talk more in the future.
And again, that was a very historic milestone for SpaceX with those two launches just 38.5 minutes apart. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back to Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Hayden Wiggs. I want to take you now to a scene here in Glenpool, Oklahoma, where 3 tanks remain on fire at the Explorer Pipeline tank farm there in Glenpool after a lightning strike sparked it this Monday morning. Containment says local news outlets, they say it's still intact and no additional tanks have caught fire. And that is, of course, according to the updates from Glenpool officials. They say that additional equipment and resources are now at the scene, and rescue crews are preparing that next step of containing this fire. And those tanks, they contain liquid petroleum products, so very flammable products. And experts say that this fire is expected to remain an active scene for much of this afternoon and perhaps even into tomorrow. Officials are monitoring the air there in Glenpool, and they say they have no concerns and that there's no danger to the public from the smoke that is, as you can see here in this video, just billowing from those tanks there at that Glenpool tank farm. And Glenpool does recommend their residents limit outdoor exposure, but again, there's no threat to the air quality from those tanks. They've evacuated surrounding roads, businesses, and residences as an exercise precaution, and the main highway there does stay open. And Explorer Pipeline did release a statement about this fire, saying that yes, it was a lightning strike and that local fire department and emergency response teams have responded to that site. We'll continue monitoring that for you here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we are almost out of time here. Thank you so much for joining us on Fox 35 News Plus today. It has been so much fun getting to have all these interviews with everybody. I've enjoyed my time. So excited to meet all of you here in Orlando and to those of you watching at home.